and get it. We can take our world and turn it upside down. While we're young, we can live forever. Take our hand and start it soaring through the sun. Let's do it while we're young. Get it while we're young. Do it while we're young. Day by day, line by line, we patch our holes, we turn back time, reconnecting shattered ends, to retrace the wires and light 'em up again. How do you know how much you got in you till you give it all? So while we're young, stand together. Take all the love inside and let it out. While we're young, let's go and get it. We can take our world and turn it upside down. While we're young, we can live forever. Take a run and start it soaring to the sun. Let's do it while we're young. Get it while we're young. Do it while we're young. Get it while we're young. Do it while we're young.
Hello guys, good afternoon everyone. How's life? How's it going? How you guys doing? Hello. Idrimota Isok, Glorious. Hello guys, hello. Good afternoon. Here we go again. We are back. It is time. So let's get one demo going real quick. Actually kind of decent amount of news there, so should just go right into it, but fine. Fine. We'll do one. We will do one real quick. There will be a bunch. There will be a bunch tomorrow though. Next Fest still going tomorrow until evening, so gonna get some more demos tomorrow. And window with them streaks. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Big streakus. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, let's try the Static Dread real quick. The new one. The Static Dread Lighthouse was very nice. And this now is the Static Dread Submarine. Now let's see how it is. Revitalization low. How we do, man? How's it going? Alright, pause. Let's go. Oh. Alright. Oh, music shouldn't be too bad for now, but you never know. V-Sync on, good. And the analytics. Alright. Fine, let's go. See what is this all about? Hey Dimelo, how are you, man? How's it going? Powerful aurora has enveloped the entire globe. A sailor aboard the modern submarine USS Ares, operating in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. You did not choose this path, yet here you stand at the very core of the maelstrom. The lighthouse I did finish. One of the endings. This where the submarine also was involved. The Giga running.
Are you okay? Injured? You need to go up. They could use your help. I'll stay to check this deck.
Mission journal. Go upstairs then. Alright. Hit the head pretty hard. Do the yupping.
Upstairs, they could use your help. I'll check everything here.
No time to yup.
Can't fix the leak. We need to lower the pressure. Take this key. Follow the tubes to the control panel. Open the panel and reduce the pressure.
Sure. Come on. Come on. Pressure control. System balanced. Alright. But we'll need to actually reduce it there.
Great. At least we're safe.
CJ,
Now we have to report to the
on
bridge.
the back for
This area is
sure.
secured. Go to the communications panel and report to Captain. He will open the door and log our progress.
Follow the dim submarine.
Listening. Opening the hatch. Report received and saved. Proceed.
That's a saucy looking captain right there. Saucy looking captain.
I
Let's
think
go.
they expect you on the bridge. We need to figure out what's attacking us. No way. Did you hear that? Sounds just like a whale. But they should be avoiding us. So, we have some nominal buoyancy. Maybe we can even get to the surface. I'll be around here.
That would be kinda nice. What do you get?
It's moving around us.
Is it an animal or some kind of sub? What's the noise profile?
Can't lock on automatically. We need to check the sonar manually.
I see. Our sonar operator just arrived.
Finally. Get to your post. We have to scan for contacts. We need to locate the source of those hits.
One case.
The task is to find a vessel attacking us and analyze its danger. You need to lock onto a sound that differs from the background noise.
Fiesta 1.
Great. You have a lock on it. Rotate the sound profile to identify individual noise components.
Something that the steel hole. Oh, I guess the next one we also need to get both. Probably.
Now you can feed the data into mainframe. Press the Analyze button, and mainframe will reconstruct the image of the boat and suggest actions.
The lighthouse of the Dink, it was pretty good. I mean, imagine the, you know, what was the name? What was the name of that one? The door, you know, the door opening simulator, but like with a little bit of a different setting, like the kind of Lovecraftian setting and stuff. Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. What was the name? The human one. Yeah. The not human one. Yeah, that one. That one. Even has the same character. It has the same character even there. The, you know, the artist's signature one. And the same artist also, well, at least like on some of that. Pretty nice, it's pretty nice. Steel Hall and Animal Scarina. Analyze information. Mechanical and organic sound signatures detected. An unknown animal 27%, enemy vessel 68%. Command attention, evade them. Transfer information.
Okay, I've received the data. You can turn off the sonar.
What do you see? An enemy?
The mainframe suggests it's some kind of enemy boat. Evasive maneuvers recommended.
Leave the area. Full ahead.
I can't. The engines are dead.
And the reactor?
Emergency lockdown.
We need to restore power supply from the reactor. Go down to engineering and find our chief engineer.
Doing everything on this boat.
We need to leave the area. Go to engineering and find our chief engineer.
Just
Would
contact
I send
him.
you down there if we could? I need to stay here. Others have their posts too, so you better get going. You need to find Chief Engineer. He has a key to override the lockdown. After you find him, lift the lockdown and power up the engines so we can get out of here.
Wat zal dit down? And also there is pee poo there. The pumping. It's somewhere here. I guess we are here.
The reactor is that way. I'll secure the door after you go through.
One case. Oh, there's the flashlight, alright. And the kid from the lighthouse down. I don't remember all the lore already at this point. Ain't an engineer though.
He's dead. What should I do?
Chief engineer?
Now I guess I'm chief engineer. The lockdown. Yeah. Chief engineer. He has a key for the console. It should give you access. My post. What do you mean? Reactor. The lockdown. Please, do it yourself. I need some time.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry. I just need a minute. Here, take my key to access the reactor console.
Just following the keys that way. Easy life. Which one we get the key into? This one, I guess. Another one. Power. Power rerouted and engines ready.
Engines ready.
Full ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Here's a report on reactor status. It's really bad. We have a problem with the cooling system. Both pressure and temperatures are rising. We only have 5 days until a meltdown. Take this to Captain, and I will double-check the rest.
Just gotta get to the surface. Easy. No, it's done alright. Lighthouse also has pretty much the same style, sorta. Still locked. Don't new. I guess money alone. Yeah, more like the low pulley, I guess. True.
Fell silent.
Captain is waiting for you.
Is that the reactor report? Only 5 days left. We're in the middle of a war, and most of the crew is dead. We need to fix the boat. We need to return home. I know Sharon's had a mental breakdown back there, and you just left her there. You should have pushed her to get it together and do her job. I expect quick, rational thinking from you, because you'll have to deal with a lot of issues on the spot. Because now, you're my first mate. That means you should look after the crew when I can't. Now take your post. Go to the bridge for a briefing.
But get time. Mask, hello. How we doing? Be coming together. That sounds pretty sus indeed.
Today at 2:37, we
Remember me?
experienced a powerful EM strike that could have been caused by a thermonuclear explosion. Short circuits and system failures were recorded throughout the boat. Reactor cooling systems experienced heavy damage. We have only 5 days until a core meltdown.
So this video was good.
And we're in the middle of it.
I was pretty
Stranded
good.
without communications while the enemy is hunting us down. But we have a job to do. Everyone anyone still alive was assigned to crucial posts and received new responsibilities. Doctor and Communications Officer, Kelly. Navigation Officer, Zach. Chief Engineer, Sharon. Michael, Head of Logistics and Supplies. The sonar operator also serves as my first mate and assigns daily tasks. I expect a full damage report from the technical and weapons departments. We must always be ready to engage a potential enemy. We have to survive this. Now take your post and prepare for the next shift. Dismissed.
I'll be management some shifts there. I'll see.
Now, I've made a roster for you. Here you can see the most urgent problems we currently have and assign crew members to specific tasks. Captain has decided that this will be your responsibility as first mate. Connect this drive to the console on your desk. Please assign all tasks immediately. Try to understand what is required to complete a specific job, and choose a person with the appropriate skills. If you choose someone who is not suitable for the job, they may not be able to complete the task. This will have a negative impact on morale and our overall conditions. Carefully consider what resources a task requires. All tasks consume the crew's energy.
Let's see what we have, man. Unlocking pumps. Alright, Highland Integrity Biohazard. Next, pump room restart depression control systems. Crew to deal with the flooding of the compartments. Stabilize internal pressure, regain access to the blocked off areas. Energy cost 3. I think this guy would be nice with that. Heavy manual task. That does sound kinda like his jam. Next. Condition engineering section and its remaining systems. Reveal critical faults, usable equipment, and the next steps required to restore propulsion support functions. Well, an engineer here. I'm gonna be repair energy after this, though, I guess. So when they don't do anything, I guess they kinda rest, probably. Let's assign ourselves to. No, it's a recover. Okay, recover. Deploy hull repair drone, yeah. AGOLO. How we do, man? Restore storage access. Clear or repair storage compartment access points and reopen supply reserves and improve the crew's ability to sustain extended operations. I don't think it's that good for any of our guys there. Another one was ration distribution. Operational, maintain operational stability, reduce waste during extended deployment. Yeah, as you guys see, suffering with the weather. And today is actually quite warm too. Yesterday wasn't really that warm though. Apparently, end of the next week also might be kind of dog. But I think the forecast already changes, so probably not gonna be cold then. Yesterday still was nice though. Yesterday still was nice. Recover. Kinda let her recover, really. Still repair a drone to service damaged sections of the submarine hull. Help fix some structural damage. Risk of further breaches, improve overall survivability. I'll try to send this guy, maybe. Let's try. A lot of energy. It'd be kinda nice to send you there. The access storage. Probably not that good, Clear or repair. It's also probably not for her. Send her the rest too. No, we can send ourselves, I guess, the rest. Send them the rest in the schedule. Alright, fine. Ura. No, this didn't work, it looks like. What is it controlled? A recovery area, a proper rest will help restore operational readiness and improve fitness for duty. Somehow did not work there, I guess. Yeah, I guess, well, no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't have the list that I plan to play, really, because kind of a bit of a... Well, I mean, I do have a bunch of stuff installed, but I'm not sure what of that I will actually play. So we're gonna just kind of roll with it tomorrow already, with what's left. And what I did play? Nah, not really. Be, I guess, kind of nice to get that going too, eh? And the demos we already did them.
Listening. Report received and saved. Proceed.
Oh, that's how you save, alright. So you just send everyone.
Not
And
yet.
just chilling. Busy chilling, I guess. Yeah, that's the drone gets it
At least
going
I
in.
hope it will work.
Yeah, that's what it is, I guess. Alright. Probably some other stuff you could do also. And it's gone. One succeeded. Repair energy down. Completed the tasks. Did get the recovery, alright.
Okay. Hope you're full of energy.
Investigate other compartments of the submarine. Should have understood what's happened
Take your
then.
time.
But Captain, we're ready to move further. Sure thing.
I don't get it. It's risky. We have spare time to follow proper procedures.
Only 4 days left.
The
We
lock
need
of
to gain
energy.
access to the reactor control system quickly.
But your plan. The pressure is too high. Some pipes may burst and we risk sinking.
This section must be opened. If we check everything 10 times, it might be too late.
What do you think, First Mate? Should we risk the integrity of our systems? Or follow proper and safe procedures?
Safety first.
Like I said, check every conduit and double-check the conversion tables.
As you wish.
Where's the rest anyway, looks like.
Listening. Report received and saved. Proceed.
Send it to rest then. No, this time I guess it's just the time to move to walk around there and do the yupping.
A war. How can we manage? There's only 6 of us. He knew every wire here. But what can I do?
I'm tired there.
I haven't slept yet. That reactor, everything is on me now.
I love you guys.
I sure was. Come back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. See how it is to say, huh? Getting exhausted.
I need to figure out how to stop the meltdown.
A better quality than the spawns there, at least. That's for sure.
And arguing with Kelly is only slowing me down. Yeah, you're right.
The whole boat depends on me now. Now every one of us is supposed to do way more than we should have. You're first mate now.
See what they say, huh? Sounds good, sounds good.
The best we can do now is to try reaching home and fixing the reactor. We need to follow procedures and gain access to the control room first.
See what they say, huh? Have a good one then. Enjoy, enjoy. My Giga weekend is over now. Had a nice couple of days, and now we back. See what's gonna be next week, though.
Then we assess the problem and establish potential solutions. You're first mate now, you tell me. We're lucky to have survived this far. So do your duty. For those who got left behind the bulkheads.
How are you, kid? You got fast legs. Left the mess hall just in time. So many people there, and only you managed to escape. And what if I waited a little longer? No, can't think about it. We could all have been dead by now. Maybe it's a war, maybe something worse. With no comms, we can't say for sure. And if we can't say for sure, we should follow the orders, right?
We only got 4 days left, and we totally lost our navigation and comms. I hope the mainframe can help us fix it. She definitely knows this boat. Maybe she's not as great as our old chief engineer, but she is on the right track. First of all, we need to understand what is really happening. And then we figure out how to add more coolant or reduce the pressure. At least I hope it will work.
One and only CG, yeah. Determination figurine. Alright, sure. I didn't say Darth though. Reckon to be also. I wouldn't be surprised now. Son. Now you're the better one. And I get the better one. At least we won someone. Well, I'm gonna be 100 months next time already, yeah. The OG's gonna be even at 100 them. Time is coming already, almost there.
Leave the area. We only have 4 days to establish contact with the Navy. We need to send them everything we've been able to find about this war. If only we had more people. We can request more manpower if we contact the Navy. Help Kelly find a way home. Go to the sonar station. You're dismissed.
Okay, so you got moved and moved on with this guy. Do need to do something sonar though. It did not really seem like it. Let's see anything else we can do.
Report
Lots of reports, alright.
Proceed.
The new Bodgies. Need to get some insane Bodgi artists. For 10 years sure would be nice actually. For 10 years sure would be nice. Oh yeah, we did unlock the pump axes now. There's gonna be some new areas where we can assign people, I assume. A research section. Storage engineering. Maybe some sneaky stuff going on, I guess, also. able to find maintenance. So kind of like more stuff to check every once in a while compared to Lighthouse. Lighthouse is just like a few rooms there. So now I guess we go.
Leave the area. We need to choose a course.
Find the way out.
Take
See.
your post.
Now we go to the sonar. It wasn't letting me. Oh yeah, there she is already. Everyone prepared.
Okay. Be cautious with your actions.
Nice contacts should reveal dangerous zones around
Come on,
them.
take your post.
At least 3 contacts. I'll unlock the route planner for you. Some Dr. Disrespect right there. Feels them.
Press analyze contacts.
The energy there.
Be cautious with your actions.
Analyze. That's how much we're gonna have left, I guess, after everything. A large mobile, collisions chaotic and irregular, indicating extreme distress and further action required.
Remember, every action consumes energy, and it is limited. Once we run out of energy, you won't be able to perform any actions.
Launch torpedoes. Montkais. Injured crew and the light hull. And the wreck. New data. Destroyed vessel. Cause unknown. Flooding began 6 hours ago. Audible knocking and suppressed moans detected from within. Possible survivors trapped inside. No further action possible. Not even torpedoes. That's the end the suffering. Well, and the one on top there, I guess. Where'd you go? That is very nice. A new update. Insane content time. There. Foreign crew. More guys. Reinforced hull, alright, cargo ship. Heavily damaged by the EM strike. Interceptor radio transmission. Mayday, mayday, this is Captain Z of the cargo ship Pluto. They want copy. You require assistance and are heading toward the coast. I think it was something the contact from Lighthouse.
Okay. Get
The
to your
route
post.
planner. Isa Milo. Route planner.
Great.
Escape point through the terrain and evade danger zones.
Finally.
And the route is set for a start and the sub will start moving.
Be cautious
In the
with
movement
your
we can
actions.
receive some damage. Danger zones increase that probability, so be careful with the route. So which zone exactly we need to get? High risk of damage, medium risk of damage, low risk, right, undiscovered. Over the exito door. This one I assume. Oh yeah, the green zone, okay. Just go this way and we're good. And this is all undiscovered actually. Kinda månka den. Let's see, I guess. It was kinda månka. But this one would be actually better than. Take a little bit of risk.
First things first.
Full throttle.
Target confirmed. Leave the area.
Starting engines.
Now that we have our heading, let's deal with the reactor. Only 4 days until a meltdown. What's our status on that front? We need to have access to the control room and reactor core. Do you have a plan already?
Working on it.
Sharon had a weird idea about using high-pressure pipes to restore normal conditions there. She's at the lower deck with Michael right now, trying to reroute airflow and fix the ventilation.
So help them. Open that room.
Just evacuate.
The mainframe
Hello.
shouldn't get into enemy hands. It has all our military data. And in times of war, we can't risk giving that advantage to the enemy. Without orders, only if there's no other way. First, we need to contact the Navy and repair our submarine. Dismissed.
Me and Zach will stay here to check the pressure. I just hope she's right with her suggestions. Go find Michael and Sharon at the lower deck. They could use your help.
Like zero energy there. Falling apart.
Listening. Report received and saved. Proceed.
Hey, it worked! I lowered the pressure and nothing exploded. Are you looking for Sharon? She should be at the engineering station. She's trying to get to the analytics section through the air duct. These high-pressure valves are pretty tricky to operate. If you turn them randomly with a proper understanding, stuff can and will blow up in your face. The hatch to the analytics is jammed. Something's stuck in the locking mechanism. And the air duct is wide enough and has direct access to that part of the sub.
Giga air ducts.
Oh, you're just in time. I can't go there. The pipe is secure, but I just can't go there. I'm still shaking. Please, check it out. Something's jamming the hatch. We gotta fix it. No? This never happened before. So I'm as confused as you are. Hope it doesn't get worse. For a chief engineer, it's a pretty nasty thing. Please, don't tell Kelly. Or Captain. There was a fire, so air quality is non-existent. Some leaks, and dead bodies. Go through the analytics room to the technical corridor. The hatch in question will be there. Find a way to unlock it.
To make you go faster. Oh, just like what? Day? Seems a little weird, eh? With this decor, eh? Headshot in one case. A lot of missable quests like in 1 year. There's a decent amount. Well, there's a lot of like side quests that might be like somewhere that are quite hard to find, I guess. There's that kind. And then there is always also the stuff that kind of tied to the main quest progress. Which I did miss some. Like the brothel stuff I missed completely. I went there a little too late after progressing the main shit. So I didn't get no quests there pretty much. Then you should explore more, huh? And I did try to do it a lot, still was not enough.
Hurry up, get him to me so I can check his condition. You're in shock. I'll get you some sedatives. Stay still, and you'll finally have a good night's sleep.
It wasn't too bad before. It wasn't too bad before. There, you can miss a bunch of stuff there. That was kind of weird, yeah. I assume it was just a regular body or something, and we kind of like overreacted to that or something. Ooh. Ah, there's a kid. Long time no see.
I like your eyes. You shouldn't come here. You shouldn't sleep.
Who?
Just a boy. You are too close to him. Your dreams are his now. The clock is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock.
Yes, it's okay, say. I mean, well, I mean, it's totally gonna be running better than on your PC. I guess, so why not? Why not?
Fine. But don't sleep. And don't look beyond that door.
He ain't gonna let us go there. What if I look? Monka.
You're awake. I hope you had some good sleep. No one really rested after the accident. Wish I had any dreams. Got to ask Kelly for some sedatives. Dreams are dreams, but we have a nightmare right in front of us. Kelly said the drugs put you to sleep, but your body and brain still believe they are awake. It was Timmy. He didn't look like himself anymore. That section was filled with water. How could he possibly be alive? I don't get it.
So we weren't even hallucinating there.
He lost part of his head, probably caused by some high-pressure water stream. And something grew on it, looked like corals. There were 17. Everyone dead, burned, drowned, except for one. He was shot. You probably saw him. Right in the head. And a gun is missing from the security box.
Monka
It can't be
is...
suicide. Someone shot him after all this mess had already started. Your guess is as good as mine. We might be dealing with a saboteur. But who? Is that why Captain is hiding? Yes, and Kelly asked me to watch over
Someone
you.
is sus.
You seem fine to me. So, you probably need to check the roster. See you.
Someone is kinda sus then. She needs to rest for sure. Okay, now the quarters. Mess hall. Inspect. Storage access we need probably. I need to recover. That's for sure. Not sure if he has enough energy to unlock shit. To be honest. 3 energy. And 1 energy sounds kinda alright. 3. I go there for now. The rest, I will need the rest also. She's unlocking. Someone else can do it too. Balancing the pressure. Air conditions will reduce strain in internal system, improve safety movement, support further repairs. Engineer is chilling, that's for sure. Ration stuff. Dude is pretty good with hull repairs though. Even though he also needs to rest. I guess maybe I'll just leave him idle. Or guy's 3 now already. That's a lot of energy. Well, actually, you can do it probably then. Just leave him idling. I send myself in there. I guess. That's something we should do.
Sorry.
Everyone working then. And we go. Get the access to storage. get access to this quarter. How does this process do? It's probably the one. It's a yellow. Or we just rest and it's gonna happen, I guess. I don't know. Because you can't interact with the doors here, so I guess... Well, we need to pass time then. She's resting. We can do boss time now. Now that she's resting, where can we pass time? Maybe to the captain.
We need to fix the boat.
I guess I kind of need to do it though. Storage compartment access points. Let's see. Well, that shows stuff, so I guess we need to do something. And that's what it'll skip time, I assume. Could it be the computer thingy? Oh, you could interact with it, okay. Access points. There's another one. Another one. Super unlooking. Insane. Have you in? Oh, okay, that passes the time, alright. Storage back. Then plus 3 energy from death. Ain't that much. He got +1. Just idling.
Okay. Hope you're full of energy. Take your time.
I report to Captain.
You know, when I signed the contract, the officer told me, "Boy, you have an ideal height for a submarine. You can fit into any hole and crevice."
Mm-hmm.
And now, looking at you, I suppose they picked you to push me into the tightest holes and crevices. Get it?
Are you lost or something? Go bother someone else. I'm not in the mood.
No.
Just go. Zach's a good guy, but his jokes... Now is not the best time. It's everything, and at once. And I still can't sleep. My hands are shaking. But why? I've always been pretty stable. And now, I just feel anger, like I might explode at someone. And it frightens me. Maybe it's your mind playing tricks. Our brains need good sleep to operate properly. Today I'll ask Kelly for some pills. And I advise you do the same.
My easy pills. Oh, well, no, this one. What is up around here? Ah, he's here. He be chilling, actually. TV's already, looks like. Timmy yank a gun. Well, this one was real then, actually. And this one is towards the control. A bit of a headache there, yeah. Just a bit. The quarrel from the head. Well, Harlot and Fallout, I lived quite long with that. No problems. Shouldn't be a big deal. Oh yeah, this one unlocked now too. Can get them torpedoes. Nothing dank in the storage. Not right now. Damn hell already. I do have the second jar with another one though. Haven't tried that one, the new one. Haven't tried that. Low god bodies. Aha. It's the sauce. It's the sauce.
Hope you slept well. I'll get everyone those sleeping pills, but I'm not sure it'll make much difference. I've taken them last night too, but that barely helped. What about you? How do you feel?
Oh, you did a dream.
Me too. There were some huge stairs.
What guys?
And a door. It felt so unsettling. Like someone was watching me. Seems like your subconscious is trying to justify your insomnia. Please get some rest tonight. Must be a critical level of stress if you have such dreams. The weirdest stuff I've ever seen. Some kind of fungus or algae started growing inside him. It keeps him alive, if we can call it that. His heart is beating, his muscles contract. But it's not him. There's no brain activity. I saw residues of the same algae in every body, but only Timmy is a living host.
Where is the rest? Where is the rest? Ah, yep, here now.
Don't you think that's the wrong angle for a problem? The mainframe hates that kind of overrides. Let me get my tools and do it manually.
No, it should work. If you try messing with manual settings, the mainframe can completely cut off the flow.
Well, then we can try.
Thanks. I'm sure I can handle it myself.
Okay then.
Damn pressure. Can't figure out why it's rising. I need access to the control room to understand what happened. And then we can come up with a plan. Because right now, it could be anything.
As per plate, yeah, tablespoon might be a little, like, not the full one for sure. Not the full one. Like half, I guess. Around that, I mean, depends on what they're making, but yeah, the half probably is. Yeah, probably half for most of the stuff, to be honest.
Chief Engineer. He was a role model for everyone. He knew so much. Gosh, all of them are just left there. What should I do?
And CG go. And did CG go? Well, he's here though. Well, he's here. Actually, he might be in. Well, back to the quarters. After the re-up was done. Oh, there.
Getting ready for the shift too? I can't believe this sub is still holding up after what happened yesterday. I really wanted to talk to the crew. Calm them down a bit. I read about it in some psych book, but putting it into practice is tricky. His brain is creepy. I can't look at him for too long. And he's just mumbling. Kelly says he's functionally dead, and I know she's technically right. Yet there he is, alive.
To put him to work. Everyone doing stuff.
To return home. The situation demands it. I have my orders and you have yours. Go to the sonar. We need to choose a course. Hopefully, we'll understand what happened with the reactor and how to fix it. Until then, we need to move further and gather more information on what happened. You're dismissed.
Find the path. Actually not active really. I think you need to say like we're ready to go, and then he sends you, I guess.
We need to return home. We need to choose a course. Go to the sonar.
There it is.
Okay. Take your time.
I have enough energy for it then. They did. No, no, okay. Also viewed one. Maturity low. How we doing? Science station. Subsea observation station detected. Rescue system non-functional. Internal oxygen reserves critically low. Caribou trapped inside and no further action possible. Monka is. Launch torpedoes in. Locked currently. This else one. Stone rubble. Fissure formed by a tectonic activity detected. Fractions lead towards a recently formed canyon. Ongoing geological movement observed. Can't communicate with that even. Nice, really nice. Sounds good. Sounds cozy indeed. What is Karima? It's kind of the one we had. There we go. Another steel hall. Another saucy one. And the phantom. Hostile found when incorporating organic components. Silent pursuit. I would need to do that. Don't have torpedoes even, so what's the point of pursuing it? Another bogey. Double fan. And the steel hall. Foreign crew. The submarino. Oscar 3 class nuclear powered submarine. Stealth mode active, classified as a potential enemy. No energy. No, I mean, we analyze them. That is all what was needed. Okay, we need to get there. So blue is alright. Let's go.
Leave the area.
A deep dive. One guy
Our
is.
target is diving into this rift?
Should we follow it?
Timmy! He is missing.
He shouldn't be able to walk. The algae can't grow that fast.
What happened? Where's Timmy?
I don't know. Probably somewhere on the lower decks.
Now,
guy
it's
is.
obvious. It's all part of a bigger picture. An EMP attack. A saboteur breaking into the gun safe. Being stalked by phantoms. And now, this algae. Seems like some kind of bioweapon. We need to give them a good fight. Dive into the rift.
Starting the engines.
I mean, it's a big one. It's a big one. The nuclear reactor.
He's a disruption.
And we actually nuclear torpedoes still, as we learn in the previous game.
Come to my quarters. I have another task for you.
Time to find TB.
Timmy is a safety hazard now. He's infected with that strange algae. Take care of that mess. And if he shows any signs of aggression, shoot him on the spot. This is my personal handgun. Be careful with it. Exactly. As my first mate, you're the perfect candidate. We have to find the enemy and understand our position. Do whatever it takes. Use whatever means necessary to ensure the safety of this boat. We have to complete this mission.
Son, shoot in time. TV's gonna be good. Go.
Remember, this is not a human. It's not thinking anymore. And it could be dangerous. Shoot it, and let me perform an autopsy of that algae.
Sounds good, huh?
I warned them. I told them we should lock him up, even if he wasn't able to walk by himself. Please, be careful.
We'll be here to cut him off near the hatches. Just lure him here, and don't be a hero.
This guy wants to keep him alive, probably. Not even. No, there you are.
Hey, I know you're all afraid of him, but try to be reasonable. Kelly says he's not a human, but I feel like it could still be Timmy. I'll lock him up. I'll keep an eye on him. Please, give him a chance. Okay, let me open the hatch for
Not
you.
sure. He's eating our media supplies here. Shaken. Oh. Just like that, okay. I thought we will need to, you know, to get it ready first. And it just goes boom. Instantly. What do you have here? Where'd you go? Totally not helping your case, brother. Let to lure him. How you going, bro? He talking? Maybe TB is still somewhere there. I shall see what happens with you then.
Captain gave you the right to determine this creature's fate. I don't object. But remember, there's nothing we can do about it. Timmy's been dead for a long time. It's not him. You've had a rough day. Try to get some rest now.
We could just
Thank
like
you.
no-scope him
I'll
while
watch
he's
over
running
him, I
there.
promise. When we get home, they'll patch up his skull, remove the algae, and restore his mind.
Damn. Optimistic
He'll
much.
get better. You'll see. Just go already.
Just need to wash the brain a little. I'm gonna be all good. All back.
This algae is everywhere in our fridge now. Near our food. We'll have to develop a decontamination procedure.
I'm a little bothered by the very presence of the living dead among us. It's
Bogus.
creepy. Look, I know you're making very hard choices. And now our safety is on you too. I wanted to give you this. I had some psychology classes, and we were advised to keep a diary when stressed. This should help you ease the burden. Take it. Try writing something down today. Maybe it'll help you sleep.
Get the journal. First journal entry. Things that are confusing. Sure, I wonder this boat. Now the one holding up. Security aboarded this boat. Find the saboteur. No, I mean that kind of already has that in. Protecting from the saboteur too. Time to hallucinate some more. And it's just a time skip today. Ah, there it is. There it is. Nice, nice. Should be good, should be good. We'll see. Yeah, the lighthouse was pretty nice. The lighthouse I did enjoy. That was pretty good. And this one is even better, feels like. A different kind. The technically not like super different. You had like the lighthouse with a few rooms and just opening the door. And here instead of like opening one door, you just have a lot of different doors to deal with. But still kind of a bit of a contained space, even though I guess you unlock like a bunch of other stuff there. Which will also unlock you more like things to send your crew to deal with. And the energy restoring is pretty limited. So I assume it's also kind of like want to check a bunch of stuff, we'll need to do a lot of playthroughs. Alright, let's get to the gaming news. It's actually kind of quite a lot of time spent. And we do have actually solid amount of them. I thought it's not that much, but then when I started opening all the tabs, it ended up being quite a lot. Alright. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Alright. Steam gear. There we go. Alright, 1 second. Change the categories and let's go. Alright, update all the info. All the info everywhere. Let's go. Alright, let's check real quick what is up. What is up? And the Bohemia sale, Krafton sale. All them sales, Rebellion sale. And there's also like a 2 point, I guess, sale or something because they had anniversary or something of the studio. I think. Itemful. Sonic Mon even. Insane. All the sales, You know, like, you just did get something from, like, Paradox, and yeah, like, 3 out of 4 recommended DLCs will be already, like, the fucking Stellaris DLCs. Thank you, Gibbon. You really want me to send more money their way. Even though I'm not sure, actually. I think Stellaris... Was it for free even or some shit I got it? I don't remember. The Itemful with all the DLCs. I mean, when it's, like, really cheap... The thing is, like, it was decent, right? But, like, for example, if I wouldn't... Like... If I knew about the game, what I know now, right? And... probably Atomic Hearts. I mean. Like, if I knew what I know about the game, and with the current amount of stuff to play, I probably wouldn't. Just because, like, it's good, but there are way more, like, higher priority things, really. Even if you get it really cheap, I'm still not sure if I would even... It was good, but it wasn't anything, like, outstanding, I guess. Let's put it that way. Atomic Hearts at least kind of dink, even though, again, like, DLCs, like, I don't want to replay it for DLCs, Even though some are kind of alright, but not all of them, actually. Like, my friend played everything. He said, like, there's, like, maybe 1 or 2 that are good. And the rest of the DLCs are kind of dog, And they also kind of, like, do a lot of, like, shit with, like, you know, the lore and the endings in DLCs, Which is kind of weird, yeah. Which is kind of weird, yeah. What do be releasing? What do be releasing? Alberta from the showcase. Damn, already releasing there. Thing on them. Give me some tonic. And go to the store. After stream probably. Get some more stuff to drink. I loaded the fridge, yeah. We'll need it. Yeah, we'll need it. If I order them, top release week, I mean, it's gonna be like a calm release month, 2, 3 almost. Until the end of August, I guess. Recommending Banquet for Fools, eh? That's a good recommend. That's a good recommend. One day, one day. Recommending you the idle games, Played something that kind of for beams was tagged as the idle one or something. That wouldn't surprise me. Alright, this one we've seen in upcoming last time, I think. Very positive also. All the Papers, Please likes nowadays kind of pumping. Are the gate control, gatekeeper stuff. Set the zone. Damn, very positive even. Weebs be weebin then. I'll see how it is, I'll see how it is. Oh yeah, the bowl is out actually. Damn, that's some Pogan reviews right there. Insane. Descend deep below the Slavic soil. There's one of them. And the digging machines simulators. There's another one also, I think, on the way. But this one already farming hard, though, looks like. This seems interesting. Dig through my emails actually. What did I miss while I wasn't home? But for now, still next fest though, so no new shit yet until Tuesday at least. On Tuesday, we'll see. Oh, this one I also seen it upcoming. Actually pumping really good reviews in that one too, huh? It's not a Chinese one with kind of somewhat of a familiar style. Let's see how it is. This one we'll also see that upcoming, I think. Now the release though. Mostly positive, eh? Oh yeah, that is the one with the exclusively online co-op experience, I see. That was the Grindworm, the second one, I see. Yeah, always forgetting the name. The name. Oh, it was even like released already like last week, okay, yeah. These we all seen last week even then, that's where I seen it even. The Mecha Chameleon is fucking insanely farming, like holy shit dude. How much is it? Already past 5 million copies in Mecha Chameleon, like holy shit dude. Even despite all the scuffness and people complaining, it's still fucking farming. Still farming. Getting some positive buzz there. That's good, that's good. And we'll see how that will go. Cyberpunk on discount. Taking over the tops there. The Dave the Diver too. Let's see, so okay, so competing with the Witcher dev game. I mean, thing is what's the name? It's still it's not still it's September, right? So that's not the best idea to move anything into September nowadays, I feel. Musha will be competing with that one. Nah, I think it's like really different games though. I think. I think like Musha is still kind of more of a action part of the RPG, way heavily in the action part, and Dawn Walker is more into RPG stuff. In general, gonna be hard to compete though in September. Gonna be in general, it'll be hard to compete for wallets, you know, disregarding the genre and everything. Like the wallet limits doesn't even matter. Like if the genres are different, it's still just way too much shit people will be buying in September. And Musha with Sekiro a lot. If a lot of people will go there. I think it's like the same crowd as like the crowd that plays like Witcher, let's say, you know. There is some overlap, but I don't think so. Yeah, I also kind of don't really care about Onimusha too much, but Dawnwalker I would be kind of interested, even though I still will need to look into it when it's out, because there was like all this like time limits, right, that they were like talking about. And I was just kind of like, we'll see. Feel zero hype for it. I mean, I'm also not hype, I just kind of could be interested, but like I also kind of feel that the marketing is not there actually, really. I have a feeling. I think so, I say. You don't believe into them? Come on, dude. Not helping the new frogs on the market. Impulse coming. I'm kind of curious how this one will go. Like, will they manage to get again on some mega hype train and make the shooters great again? Or it's gonna be another flopper. Another flopper, I wonder. I'm not sure how this one will do. If it's still the same Fiesta as when we played with Stave, even though it was a while ago. And apparently server stress test actually completely destroyed the servers, so I wonder how that will go. Let's see, what do I say? Let's see. RPG on July already you're showing them. These months are getting that empty, and usually was like, you know, like all this tab was basically kind of like 3 days from now in front, you know, full of those games. Like, you know, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you know, 2 days later. And now it's like, boom, July. July. Already half almost July here. Okay. Well, I think also they changed like the algorithm that fills this tab. Before it was, I guess, prioritizing kind of release date. Now I guess they got some tuning there to do or something. Yeah, the Mistfall is being hyped, I guess, during the next fest. How is it? I actually haven't seen shit about it. Like, not exactly my genre, but I mean, some of those kind of fantasy extractions were kind of fun to play, though. Cozy Cleaner, another one. That seems kind of familiar, style-wise. Is it the same publisher? Oh yeah, Rogue Duck. Yep, that's the one. They just farming, dude. All the kind of like small-ish games, with all the cozy all the cozy stuff mostly. Vending machine simulators. I mean, small games, cheap games, quick games, I guess, to make too. That's how they farm. Let's see what I say. So these on the showcases. So these on showcases. Oh, that's the dang shit there, eh? Fish with a gun. There's even cards involved there. Insane. Fish with a sword, eh? The peak gaming, dude. Peak gaming. The Halo, well, yeah. Totally something we've seen before. The hidden gems there. Yep, seen that. With the old Q. Vuilin. So release kinda alright, actually. Seems kinda alright. The Phoenix, hello. Oh, the Serious Sam one? I don't know, man. Didn't kinda look like my jam there. Didn't kinda look like my jam. You have someone else better to send? You better. Yeah, Woodland Bound does seem kinda good, huh? Does seem kinda good. That one does seem kinda off to me. Not so sure. It's actually fun. Well, that's good then. That is at least good. A Witch Spire. Which one was that? Another cozy one. Ultimate open world witch adventure. Co-op a single player. It's also farming some good reviews and pretty recent release though. I wonder why they're not showing this, for example, in the popular fresh releases then. There were some games from like, you know, actually no, I guess the oldest one was from 10th of June or something, so I guess it just didn't fit there. Still in early access since 2016, dude. That's a gem then for sure then. Maybe it's like something like, what was the name? The one I played recently, the Super Simulation. That one is also in early access since forever. And it's actually seemingly like very pog, eh? But it's like so detailed and everything that you need to like sink a lot of time into getting good into that shit. I've seen this too already. There are 3 Immortals. This one actually kind of doing good. No updates for 22 months. That's a different story though. see these. Yeah, Gibbon with the Q is recently kinda missing it. Solarpunk doing good though. Play that even in the demo. DLCs for the Oxygen. Another one. They're kind of farming with these DLCs pretty good too, I see. I guess they started with like the Don't Starve Together and everything. It's like Oxygen not included also farming. Spacecraft and mix now already. 69. Damn. Nice. Ultan's favorite reviews number. Galactic Pioneers bundle, damn son. Oh, there you go. You can get yourself like the whole bundle of dankness there. That it is. And the Spacecraft, Space Engineers, X4, Avorian Starminer, and Battlestar Galactica. There you go. There you go. Like a Yikalo. How we doing? Curse mark. Familiar. Oh, the Med Mushroom, I see. Huh? The insane OTK publishing. A melt in there? I see. Not that melty here. Not that melty here. Well, today actually kind of warm though. Yesterday was colder. The Shibya balance, I see. Arms of God. And the Insane Survivor's Legs. Bullet Heaven. Hands of the Fallen 2 coming soon. That I'm looking forward to. Like, ironic that I barely play the Souls-likes much nowadays, and even the actual Souls, you know. Still no Elden Ring or Sekiro. But Lords of the Fallen, I actually, unironically, maybe wouldn't mind. Somehow. Alright, let's go. What is going on? What is going on at one moment? Do this. Wait, alright. Alright, good. Surge 1 and 2. Yeah, Surge was nice too. Like if there would be like Surge 3 or something all of a sudden, I probably would also be kinda excited. If it would be more like 2. I'm down. Hey Nicolo. Like 13 working nowadays. What was the last I got from them? There was something actually. I think there's like multiple things really. There was like DLC for one of the kind of old strategy games that they did somewhat like a few years ago. I mean, Drova, and all that good stuff. And they do have some good shit there. Oh yeah, the Atlas Fallen also was their stuff, yeah. True. They did the remake of one very old game. That was like literally their like founder or something who like emailed me. Like, yo, I made this shit like, you know, a couple of decades ago and now we are remaking it. And I did play it. That was Dink. That was Dink Boomer experience there. The unannounced action RPG. Insane. Fucking TBH, still farming like crazy. And Scrolls of Taiwu also going at him again, then I say. Man, that one was out a while ago. What is up with that one all of a sudden? Some insane DLCs or updates or some shit? At least 2018 even. Zelda's even on Steam got like 10,000. Yeah, and that's like insane demo. Going crazy, we need to play that one still, obviously. But yeah, like that's what the PvKK get. Announced, then nothing. Boom, these guys already made something like it, and now they farming. And now they are farming. It's like this single player, like the heavy turret simulator, is like the same numbers as the multiplayer extraction slop. It's quite the numbers for the demo. Dustron's also farming. Dustron demo was nice though. That was pretty good. I wish it would have some campaign, but the proper one. But that I kinda doubt though. It's just gonna be the conquest mode. But the RTSing felt good though. RTSing felt good and the style is nice. Yeah, the Gloria Victis Reborn. Check that one there. Witchfire with new update got some people there, I guess. With your co-worker, that's some Kumer slope, pretty sure. That looks very sus there. I don't know what else is with your co-worker there, so. That's a lot of Kumers actually also playing that though, like holy shit. They got the numbers, they got the numbers. Another brand new IP, I see. Hoorah, let's go. Get them gaming news then going. Kinda. Blood woven? No, don't think so. Another one. Immersive sim, survival FPS, hunt, survive and thrive in a world built upon a frozen corpse of forgotten god. Seems good, eh? No wonder if the Viking is involved with this one. Maybe he'll stop by and send the key to check at some point. I would be down. I would be down. Tribes, gods, and aliens. Guess we'll see him. Guess we'll see until be available. I'd be down. Looks interesting. Looks interesting. Pumping out new Fallout and Elder Scrolls games faster is reportedly the plan at Xbox as the specter of potential corporate rejigging looms. Another one. Well, they kind of technically had that at the end of the last week, but it's kind of interesting to reread this in light of the recent happenings, I guess. In light of the recent ones. A lot of restructuring going on. A lot of restructuring going on. Development of new games on Xbox, biggest first-party series moving more quickly. Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Halo all named specifically. Yes, Starfield didn't turn out to be anything good whatsoever. So I guess we'll see. I mean, they're just gonna pump some remasters probably just to kind of, you know, satisfy the core pack. They're just gonna drop more remasters and that's it. And that's it. pumping new Fallout games out. I think they're gonna outsource the Fallout to someone else to kind of focus on Elder Scrolls themselves. I mean, could be. But yeah, I think the remaster is gonna be the priority most likely. I'm just gonna drop like a bunch of remastering going. I would assume. Now the open water window. Do it. Yeah, it was already pretty much done whenever I was doing my playthrough on stream. They still went, I think, with the OG with mods, not the open MW, and it actually was kind of fine too. Even though I went with like just the cosmetic stuff for just my sort of like pretty much first playthrough, I guess. Wouldn't count my playthrough that I did back on release as a full playthrough whatsoever. Never really got far there. So did my first one on stream. And that was pretty good. But yeah, the mod stuff is even danker there. Mod stuff can make it even danker. So yeah, we'll see what they're gonna be farming with the franchises. But I mean, if they're gonna outsource Fallout to someone else, I'm absolutely down. Maybe we'll see actually good Fallout games finally. Maybe. The UK's dramatic under-16 social media ban will also apply to gaming services, but at least they're not coming for multiplayer. Now, is that the thing then? Certain gaming services. I didn't specify which one, alright. Won't apparently affect the ability for children to participate in multiplayer games online. Huh. Age gating access to gaming sites at large. Proposed ban is framed as a response to public survey of around 116,000 people, indicates overwhelming public backing for tougher action. Then totally a very massive amount of people there. And in Roblox specifically on a statement, I say. A ban model and similar laws in Australia, introduced about 6 months ago, and it seeks to go much further. Look in more detail at overnight curfews and breaks in infinite scrolling for under 18-year-olds, and will set out more detail in July. Overnight curfews. The fuck? Prohibit under 18s from accessing so-called AI romantic companion chatbots. Insane. Damn, the AI sexual is gonna suffer. See how it is, huh? Yeah, breaks and infinite scrolling doesn't sound too bad though, not gonna lie. That might be not a bad thing. Yeah, the VPN gonna be spiking, that's for sure. Know the feel. The VPN lens. I wonder if they can try to start fighting that. They did here. So far, not really successfully though. Xbox Game Studios loses 2 top execs days after Microsoft Gaming CEO calls for company reset. Rare veterans Craig Duncan and Louis O'Connor are leaving. The actual target demographics saw a barely dented usage. As in, like everyone just VPNing or something? Because I mean, here, yeah, everyone just learns how to do that. My grandma uses that, dude. It ain't exactly rocket science. Duncan has been in the top job for all 20 months. Connor had served out less than a year. Follows claims that Microsoft are about to launch into another round of mass layoffs, with new CEO speaking ominously of a need to reset the business. Stepped into the role of leading XGS 20 months ago. My purpose was to serve our studios, our teams, and the people making our games, and together we set out to deliver high-quality games, strengthen the cultural fabric across our studios, and help shape the future of the business. Praise Connor as a thoughtful, creative, and a trusted partner who has consistently championed the craft and supported our studios with clarity and care. All from Rare, let's see. I ran the studio for 14 years from 2011, a period that gave us a Killer Instinct reboot, some enthusiastic experiments with Xbox's misfiring Kinect appendage, and the launch of Naval Gadabout theme Sea of Thieves. Connor had an even longer tenure, starting at Rare at 1999 as an animator on a very N64 game Conker's Bad Fur Day. He was also producer on Everwild, a Rare's cancelled wilderness bonding adventure. Abruptness of his and O'Connor's departure obviously suggested they were either pushed out or left because they dislike how things are going aboard the good ship of Microsoft. Well, I mean, if they were like, you know, working with all the partner studios, Xbox Game Studios, right? The studios that were acquired by Xbox and stuff also especially, then yeah, the news that are a little further down the line probably weren't something that they enjoyed. So I kinda can see, I guess, why they wouldn't be happy and decided to piece the fuck out. Another Xbocalypse begins. Well, there it is. Microsoft reportedly closing or spinning off Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and Compulsion. Future uncertain for creators of Psychonauts, Senua, and Sound to Midnight. There it is. All three studios apparently now haggling for their continued existence as the end of Microsoft's financial year looms, with many other Xbox teams set to be affected, and certain employees are quietly encouraged to start seeking work elsewhere. Report comes from Bloomberg, Schreier most likely then, who cite anonymous staff at several studios. The Verge at Paywall also have an article in which they claim that Ninja Theory are in process of trying to find a buyer, after being informed that they will be closed on Monday. Ninja Theory literally just announced a new Senua game like days ago. Three studios named in Bloomberg's report all share one quality: they make well-regarded, interesting games that do not sell the kind of mega numbers preferred by the actual billionaires at the mountain summit. Brilliant for prestige and rotten for the spreadsheet, as one analyst recently put it to IGN. Sounds about right, sounds about right. Even though I guess like the Double Fine did try to go like something better for the spreadsheets, literally with the what's the name of that one? The Clay, right? Sort of live service thing, and that one is dead. Absolutely dead. Was it actually just Clay? Or was it? Or was it something else there? There was something else. Can we actually find their shit here? Double Fine. Which one was that? Which one? Kiln it, wasn't it? Like Clay. Kiln. We have 6 people playing. Still better than some of the multiplayer games, but you know. After 2 months after release, considering our own release, it also wasn't exactly big hype there, so not sure. Seems kinda like that one was dead again. That was their attempt, I guess, to kind of get some sort of live service out there working. Maybe to get on their good side. Didn't go that well. You just play the backlog, you get shit on sale. Easy. Easy. No comments from Microsoft yet, though. We'll see. EA, the big brains behind the Sims 2 H&M fashion stuff, announced they're transforming how brands connect with audiences. With in-game billboards. There it is. Think of the synergy. A press release that stretches into SA lane territory. EA sing the praises of their new ad platform, which is transforming how brands connect with audiences. Companies looking to hawk their wares can now pay EA to plaster themselves over any and all in-game advertising slots. There it is. Which games will be affected with that one though? According to press release, Madden NFL players play equivalent of 23,000 NFL seasons every day. And this scale and frequency of engagement create meaningful opportunities for brands to connect with audiences through authentic interactive experiences. One such example of these authentic experiences is Mountain Dew's Dew University, which EA say comes with a custom stadium, a mascot, and reward ecosystem. I've not searched this out, but assuming play stops every minute for a slow-mo cam of the players enjoying a Dew guzzle, and you can urge your players to even greater heights of play by pumping them up with a salvo from the Dew cannon. There it is. H&M and IKEA DLC packs for Sims 2, holy. Yeah, what a time to be alive. Wait, they put the kill me here though. All of a sudden. Oh yeah, the Microsoft CEO said that Microsoft has not been monetizing their games properly. There is more monetization of Xbox games happening on YouTube than at Microsoft. They have been subsidizing entertainment. Bro, you're like earning still like fucking billions over billions from the gaming industry. And you still keep complaining that it's not enough, man. Subsidizing entertainment, bro. You already like made profits from like insane sales. Huh? The fuck you talking about? You got paid for that entertainment, bro. Fuck you, nay. CLSA, huh? I'm gonna get a whole lot of stuff already. From the get-go, that you'll need to get rid of later. Life is Strange creator Don't Know that look to be in hot water as a financial report says they will be out of cash by November. Studio currently exploring various options. And Monka is completed by auditors this month. Well, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage and Aphelion don't appear to have moved the needle quite enough. Part of the current issue is that minority stakeholder and tech giant Tencent don't seem interested in providing any further funding based on what the auditors wrote. There it is, there. Revelo. Chairman has informed us that he has been seeking additional financing for several months and that all avenues are being explored to improve the company's cash position, whether through a capital increase or external financing for your game currently in development, the auditors wrote. Company management informed us that according to its cash flow forecast, without additional financing and taking into account, among other things, revenue assumptions related to the marketing of a new game at the end of April 2026, Aphelion, and cost savings that have not yet materialized. It was actually real bad, really. That bad. Company expected to run out of cash during November 2026. Was it that bad? I mean, I saw it wasn't exactly Pogen, but Was it actually that bad? Mixed. I mean, it's not like completely that dog looks like, but yeah, seemingly judging by the amount of reviews, it didn't sell that crazy, yeah? And the first game the most. Which one was that? Which one was that? Which one was that? The Copa City. Ah, that one goes mixed, alright. I remember me one. I see it. That one I remember was quite... I did remember that one. I did remember that one. It did seem quite mixed on release though. Besiktas, their son, one and only. Yeah, so you get all the studio management and stuff. Could be kinda nice. Why is that mixed though? Why is it the mixed one though? Management stuff is kinda alrighty, I guess. We hear you. Post-launch updates. A boring mandatory tutorial that takes more than an hour to do. Buggy and messy, unfinished. Disappointing content. Play the game for 18 hours and then stuck on tutorial level. What the fuck? Completed once, but have not completed any goals. And versus 25k tickets for level 1, you need level 2 at 40k to advance. Some of the tasks give you no indication what to do. Okay, I see. I'm very disappointed with my purchase. Guess not the best management going on with this one. European Commission will not legislate stop killing games, but the campaign isn't dead yet, says its organizers. We were prepared. The decision is not unexpected, but we were prepared. Hence, we are pushing forward with the European Parliament in amending Stop Killing Games to the Digital Fairness Act. We can move on without the Commission and their non-decision. I see. The bribes worked, think so. I think in the EU, I think it would be kind of a little harder to pull that, I feel. The lobbyism is not that strong. But I mean, could be. You never know. You never know. Like, if it's not gonna pass in the US, then we'll see. That already would be kinda sus there. Parliament dude even talked about the games being destroyed by being too woke. How damn it. Even in the parliament there. Got some insane PPGs around. Off topic talk no one asked about. Damn. Next thing they're gonna get like Osmond Gold as an expert there to do the speech or something. Kirk. Murder Ubisoft CEO there. 1KS. The corner. Less than a month after launch, the entire Luna Abyss team has been laid off. Decision that was completely outside of our control. Did Luna Abyss kind of do somewhat good actually? But I guess number-wise not that good. Number-wise, I guess not that good. Moored by the love and support received both by our industry and critically by journalists and media. As we faced many challenges along the way, it has been the highlight of our careers. Incredibly proud it has finally seen the light of day. Everyone who believed in us. Unfortunately, as of yesterday, entire team has been made redundant, a decision that was completely outside of our control. As a result, entire team are available for work as of today. Links to numerous team members affected by layoffs. Alright, I see. Feels bad man. Dude, the industry is still in some In some dank spot, dude, huh? At least still in there, and probably gonna be there for a while. The Giga Corporate talk, yeah. Microsoft reportedly only announced Ninja Theory's new game at Summer Game Fest to try and attract the buyer for the studio. The plan to shatter or split with the Hellblade developers was reportedly already in place. And they already knew. The idea was that Ninja Theory, having just announced a new game, would make any money people tuned into the showcase more likely to view them as worth handing over some cash to them. Well, that was reportedly the thought process of Microsoft execs at least, with the report noting that it's currently unclear whether any of Ninja Theory's bosses were in on that plan. They're odd to get rid of the studio. I mean, maybe it's kind of like, you know, I mean, they might be quite real, but it might depend on if they find a buyer or not. Like, if they will, then it's real. But nowadays, I don't know. Like, I mean, it depends kind of on the budgets and stuff, but like, I do feel like the previous Hellblade game was like Omega over financed, in my opinion. It totally, like, it wasn't bad, but I don't think it kind of like makes the amount of money that that returns the investment that they had on it. And I don't know if Sedua will. Like, when they did it kind of somewhat, you know, like half indie mode on their own, kind of like the niche experience kind of game, that was good, that was one thing. Trying to make a super blockbuster out of the niche game, nope. The tech was really good though, yeah, the tech was really good there. Barely had any gameplay and was not great. The thing is, like, first game was exactly the same. Like, whatever gameplay was there was atrocious, actually. Combat was dog shit, really, in the first one. So, that's exactly, you know, what they had. It's just the first game was made on, like, you know, a super low budget, so the fact that it didn't attract some massive audience was completely fine. But for the second game, they already made like illusion, you know, that it's like some sort of insane super blockbuster there, and it was again just kind of this like short experience kind of game with the mostly walk-in simulator, with the combat and other things being just kind of like, you know, optional, I guess, or not optional, but like not needed really. True, huh? Well, the third one does seem kind of like it's more gameplay centered, like it's gonna be more actiony, so I assume they kind of try to appeal to even wider audience and maybe actually deliver this time to the wider audience, which, I mean, maybe. Not so sure if they will. But the reasoning is stupid? I mean, not really. Like, it's not like they don't believe in the game, it's just like, I mean, it's different scale, right? There's like Microsoft. I mean, they sold, you know, the thing, a game works and stuff, right? For example, after they got like some super nice release and the results with the Hi-Fi Rush, right? There's the big corp, like, you never know. You never know. It was just kind of like the odd. It's not even the fact that they're working on the game, right? They could just say, oh, they're working on the game, and, you know, and they selling that, so they don't believe in the game, but now they actually show what they're working on. And then we're gonna be looking into someone who's gonna be interested in publishing something like that, I guess. So yeah, not so sure. It does make kind of sense what they did, but still seem kind of weird though. I guess it's like one of those, again, cases with, like, you know, when you're like a multi-billion gigacorp, then like having some studios that would be working, for example, in some indie mode on low budgets and bringing low profits is just kind of like pointless for them. It just kind of like, you know, extra mess with the numbers, accounting, you know, reports and stuff like that to investors. So it's easier for them to just kind of completely sell it all. It does seem like it's kind of like the trend now already. Just like getting rid of all those like indie departments that a lot of studios had and before. And just kind of focusing on the blockbusters that are like supposedly making the billions. It'll be kind of interesting though if they like focus on all those blockbusters and then they get like a misfire or a couple in a row. I mean, Microsoft already did, right, with like the previous Halo, for example, that did seemingly, you know, misfire completely, as in like investments were fucking massive and the return wasn't massive at all. So like you have like a few of those and then you just get disappointed in the video games industry whatsoever and just like start, you know, closing even more of your facilities there. And to buy the studio, that will not be a thing, yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff will be just like returning back to like indie roots and shit, probably, I assume. Like a lot of studios actually, instead of like, you know, looking for sellers, I mean, in this case it's probably kind of trickier though, more expensive or something, I don't know. But that's quite often, you know, just like when developers just buy themselves. Like the CEO literally just forking out the cash to buy the studio back from the big corp. Like EVE Online devs, for example, right? Out of the recent ones, for example. There were some other examples still. Just management buying the studio out of the big publisher, out of the big corp. That's a good thing, though. That's a good thing, though. Many live service games are just an MMO subscription hidden inside of a neat optional package, argue Guild Wars 3 devs in a post about new games monetization. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong there. Optional live service game monetization consists of talking around the fact that you are effectively demanding subscription. Guild Wars 3 will be pay upfront, no subs affair, a bid to put player in control of their time, rather than incentivizing people to log in each day to get their money's worth. To be honest, like more things, like way worse, you know, culprit in all this, like login every day is basically the daily shit. The stamina systems, that kind of stuff. That is way worse. Subscription, like I don't think like subscription doesn't really push you into that. Subscription, like it kind of makes you, I guess, like, you know, to get your money's worth, but that money's worth might be like, you know, just full degen mode on the weekend, for example. Why not? Like, you don't play in like work days, let's say, right? Not logging in every day, just on weekends you have your degen moment on your free time. Why not? That's not too bad, I think. But yeah, I mean, overall, I do like that. The buy to play, I do like. The problem is, whenever you get some sort of like a way loyal, you know, kind of payment model, you know that there is something sus, dude. Like, they ain't running charity there. So they're gonna kinda get you monetized some other way then. And show the gameplay. Nope, no gameplay for you. Looking carefully at newest round of modern MMOs and the broad array of live service games that often look suspiciously like MMOs, and seeing how subscription-like systems have evolved there. In many newer games, subscriptions hasn't disappeared, it has been reshaped. Paid Battle Pass, paid recurring seasonal tracks, similar paid systems often function as a new kind of ongoing fee. That model works for some games, but it's not aligned with how we think about a player freedom in a Guild Wars game. Form a subscription fee hidden inside of a neat optional package that obfuscates the subscription from the player. There won't be any battle passes in Guild Wars 3, there will be paid expansions. Well, I mean, I guess you just buy to play multiple times, let's put it that way. paid cosmetics, paid account services, and paid time-saving convenience items. Ah, okay, that's one of those broad terms that you don't exactly know how bad that shit will be. Survive for 20 years, they must know what they're doing. Probably true, true. Yeah, as long as it's not too bad. That's alright, that's alright. To be honest, like most I think of kind of like Western MMOs operating, they're kind of fine in terms of like monetization. Imho at least, you know, like you get the cosmetics and stuff, and I do have my gripes with like the cosmetical stuff too much. Already like aired that out many times, right? With the cosmetics becoming, you know, the swiping reward rather than reward for doing some sort of giga content or something. So I do have my issues with that, but that's a lesser evil, so I'm okay with that, I guess. See what do I say, huh? The problem with hidden subscription mentality is not even that it's like hidden subscription sorta, because it's optional, it really is, you don't need to pay that stuff. But the problem is when the subscription is like, you know, upfront, you usually just like pay the subscription and you know that you're good. Not gonna get milked like crazy, there's not gonna be some pay to win. But in modern gaming, that's already not true, kinda. You can buy the game, pay the sub, and then they still gonna monetize you through the fucking shop and everything with cosmetics and some convenience items and stuff like that. So if you're already getting like monetized that way, then I'd rather not pay subscription, honestly. And honestly, I would probably not even like buy the game too, because you're already gonna fucking monetize me anyway, dude. Why do I need to buy anything then? In the beginning, just make, you know, the entry as easy as possible and then monetize. But the problem is usually then they also kind of like overdo with monetization. That's like pretty much all the Asian MMOs. You have easiest, you know, entry, no barriers whatsoever, all free, no problems. But then you start getting like, you know, bombarded with all the fucking dog shit stuff like came from mobile. And that sucks. Even like the newest like Ragnarok Classic that they're planning to release now is gonna have subscription. I was like, okay, they even not advertise it, you know, like no pay to win, just like pay your subscription and everything is like, you know, fair and square. Then they removed that advertisement because people tried the beta test and figure out that there's actually the game shop too. And it does say some of those convenience items that, you know, make shit completely different. Because like Ragnarok, for example, and contrary to the Spirit Wheel that I was playing, is very like slow in terms of regens, especially early in the game. Like mana, HP and all that shit is very slow to regen. So it makes kind of things a little balanced in that way. So you can get like some mega AoE class that is also super tanky. And that can just destroy crowds and level up super fast. To be effective because it's gonna run out of mana and it's not gonna be able to use the ability that does the AoE farm, or you use it like twice and then you need to sit down for like, you know, 10 minutes to regen that back. But they are the convenience items, the potions that recover mana, for example, that also don't have any weight almost, in endless amounts. Just buy all you want as long as you swipe and do it. And then yeah, then like that class becomes just like, you know, like a super farming machine that can just like teleport around the map and spam that skill with them potions to recover the mana, and done. In all the classic servers since then I pretty much played, it was just like they had like 80% of knights on the server, just, you know, destroying the crowds and leveling to the max levels super fast. That kind of shit is annoying. That kind of shit is very annoying. And Johansson also stresses the importance of Guild Wars 3 supporting short bursts of play and not feeling like a second job. I think it's also like not about the short, like the length of the burst. It's more about, you know, the frequency of the burst. Let's put it that way. I don't mind getting like some solid gaming session, you know, every once in a while. But when you like demand me to do a short one, but every day, when I kind of don't feel it on some days, or can't on some days because I'm not at the PC. That is dog. That makes me burn out super fast on games like this. Like month or two, I'm kind of fine with that. And then as soon as I'm kind of getting a little bored, that like, you know, forcing you to log in every day, even just for a bit, it still kind of like makes me like uninstall. A Guild Wars game about small team. Guild Wars 2 was about a giant world boss battles, map-wide beta events, and PvP on a massive scale. In Guild Wars 3, it fits the definition of an MMORPG significantly more than Guild Wars Reforged does. It doesn't try to replicate the large-scale gameplay pillars that so uniquely define Guild Wars 2. This ensures that all three of our games can coexist as different experiences on different timelines, telling different stories about the world of Tyria. Cryptic. That's I say. Could be. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I mean, that's how I play pretty much. Like, I don't nowadays... Well, okay, last, like, Fallout 76 session was maybe, like, 3 months or something. Maybe even more. Like, I did 2 seasons, basically, in a row, back-to-back. When did I start? I don't remember, actually. In December? Around holidays, because there was still, like, the holiday event going. So maybe, like, early January or late December I started. And I basically stopped in May then, I guess, probably. I think I did play like once here or something just to wrap up the season. So like 4 or 5 months I played. That's like the longest one. And played kind of like, you know, on the schedule sort of almost. That's the longest one. Otherwise I usually play like for 2 months, and yeah, then I'm gone for a long time usually. Sometimes forever. Even in case of some games. You'll see what they gonna do. I wouldn't mind trying it though. Fortnite boss hopes to take on Roblox's massive everything verse with a very different massive everything verse, as Epic unveil a Gen AI infused Unreal Engine 6. Time of both a crisis and opportunity is nigh. And Monka is... Biggest games like Fortnite are once again growing and thriving, but underneath this there is a serious challenge to AAA developers. As a huge number of new releases of major games are failing now, seeing often hundreds of millions of dollars of dev costs followed by tens of millions of dollars of revenue. Dev costs are continuing to grow, and feels too many like a tidal wave is sweeping over the AAA game businesses. The exec highlighted a few key trends and things have contributed to this status quo. Starting off with people playing games socially with their mates, and that the economy is shifting from buying games to things in games. Another thing that reinforces the success of very large ecosystems in games and makes it ever harder for new entrants to get in. If you've been playing a game for a long time and it has a huge player base, you can buy with the confidence knowing that things you purchase will be useful to your days, weeks or years later. If a new game comes out, it's more difficult to spend not knowing if you're going to play next day, next month. They're kinda all about the live services though, like you don't really give a shit about that in like single player shit. In multiplayer, in like live service MMOs, that is true. Like you see some like new like MMO for example, like with Spirit Whale, right? Looks cool, plays fun, all nice, but then you constantly have this like, alright, it's still, you know, like one-man dev studio, it is still just Kickstarter funded. Like, do you want to sink your time and energy into this when it might potentially be kind of, you know, sort of dead gear for some time, after some time? And then you kind of consider the options, you know. And I don't even like have any investment in other MMOs. And people who do, for them that's even harder probably to switch to something else when they're already playing something on a regular basis that they are invested in a lot of time, a lot of money. That is a bit of a problem. Single player, that's whatever though. Single player, you don't care. And the battle for folks' attention, Exec reckons is more competitive than ever. So what plan does Sweden have to ensure Epic has a place in the future of an industry and knowledges could end up being gobbled up by Roblox's ever-growing maw? Basically do the same sort of integrated gameverse thing Roblox does, with content, communities, economies all linked together into one blob, with different offshoots, so players see games not as isolated products, but as a global ecosystem that all game developers participate in together. How is that a very different future to the Roblox seeing the world eventuality, aside from Epic potentially avoiding being gobbled up? Sweeney's answer seems to be rooted in some unshakable idea that Epic are somehow fundamentally exempt from being the sort of powerful overlord that every other massive company which holds the keys to a huge platform is, because they plan to adopt open standards. Our aim at Epic is to work with all developers in the city to build this system together as peers. We wanted a system with no overlord, and we've been spending some time fighting against overlords in the industry with some amount of success. Don't want to be the next one, rather we want to be a partner to every company in the industry, including all game developers and other makers of technology and services, in order to build the best stuff and connect it all up together. Then DJ Corpo wants to be your friend. That sound absolutely not sus. Not sus at all. One of the big selling points of Unreal Engine 6 they're emphasizing is that it will come with the generative AI model integration. AI-assisted game creation will tighten iteration loops, reduce time-consuming manual setup of levels, character rigs, particle systems, skinning bone weights, adjusting lighting. There it is. All the manual work required to translate professional creative intent into interactive, performant, and cross-platform games. So the LLMs and AI models are being brought in with the aim of speeding up the development process and to greatly reduce the tedious work that goes into making games. It has become the norm when companies roll out such tech. Wasmer was keen to stress that devs will retain overall creative control. And there it is. And trying to get more of the buzzing, the current buzzing around to make some investors more interested. The Goblin America is actually pumping good reviews. Not a lot of them sadly though. But this is some dank gaming though. The Big Dank Gaming. Not the super poggy woogie numbers, but I mean, it's just the beginning. Early access also, I guess. We'll see about that one. Cruelty Squad like. There it is. There it is. Yeah, maybe on the 1.0 or something. We'll see. There should be some dank shit. A Warren Spector helmed the Thick as Thieves developers' other side, lay off 17 staff as they cancel multiplayer immersive sim Argus Riders on the Storm. Another one. Argus could have been a huge success in normal times, the studio claim. In normal times, huh? 17 staff were let go effective end of May, following the call to can Argus. Notably, studio's other game, The Stealthy Thickest Thieves, launched on May 20th after what certainly looked a fairly last-minute switch of focus from PvPvE to solo and co-op play. As for Argus, it could have been a huge success in normal times, but the brutally challenging state of the games industry at the moment has left soldiering on with it unavailable for now. To any studios out there hiring, we cannot recommend these impacted people highly enough. Yeah, not so sure. Like, Thickest is also not doing super crazy well, I think. I mean, it's kind of co-op, not exactly like live service, so it shouldn't have like some crazy numbers they're pumping. No, I mean, the peaks were kind of decent, actually. You know, to be honest, for this kind of game, that may be not too bad. The question is like how much they actually invested into making that, because I assume it was quite a lot though. After Epic outlined Gen AI focused on Unreal Engine 6, Vampire Survivor Studio Ponkel say they are reviewing their Fortnite collab. Damn son, I'm gonna not take it, the collab, gonna refuse it. Following today's news about Gen AI usage by Epic to create all sorts of game assets, including Fortnite characters, we're currently reviewing our collaboration with Fortnite. We'll let you know if anything moves forward. Yeah, I guess it could be just like they making sure that nothing from their collab is made with AI. Not necessarily refusing it completely, you know. And not so sure. The Interstellar, a dice-driven RPG Citizen Sleeper, is free for the next week, so now you got no excuse to not play it. On Epic. Wait, again. Wasn't it already not so long ago? But this good though. This a very good one. I totally recommend. I need to do my first, the second game playthrough at some point. The game 2. Epic's plans for their big store revamp over the next year sound like they will at long last meet the bare minimum. What are they planning there? What are they planning there? Kind of things you expect over the next year. Let me get it here. Okay, there it is. They kinda can. Fortnite chunked installation, epic parties, patch notes, pre-registration for free-to-play games, storefront re-architecture. Oh, it's on Steam for free now too. Okay, that's even better, yeah. Citizen Sleeper on Steam for free then. Yeah, grab it, it's good. A launcher V2. Improved storefront navigation, library management improvements, storefront and launcher improvements, cross-region gifting. Oh, I wonder how that will work. Considering different prices though. That's kind of the reason Steam does it in a really scuffed way. UX and design improvements, player profiles and avatars, user-written reviews, discovery improvements, multi-phase, personalization, multi-phase, publisher-funded coupons. Coupons were really dang though when they were a thing. There was some giga discounts there. Search improvements, storefront and launcher performance improvements, launcher V2 public release. Oh wait, it's free. Oh, it's free, just a free week, not even. Oh, come on. All right, let's see. Can you imagine user-written reviews? Insane. Multi-platform store for API. 3P data API, universal controller support, 3P communities, social discovery, multi-phase notifications, overhaul, storefront redesign. So not actually free then. See how it is. The Outer Worlds 2 studio, Obsidian, accused of violating state wage and hour laws for profit in California lawsuit. Company denied the allegations earlier this year. Damn son. And doesn't appear to have been the case, which doesn't appear to have been widely reported until now. While browsing Superior Court of Orange County's records, got to pay to access case documents on the court site, but there is at least a freely available rundown of the case's proceedings thus far. Alright, so failing to pay all wages, including minimum wages and overtime wages. Failing to provide a lawful meal periods or compensation in lieu thereof. Failing to authorize or permit lawful arrest breaks or provide compensation in lieu thereof. Failing to reimburse necessary business-related costs. Failing to provide accurate itemized wage statements. Failing to pay wages timely during employment, and failing to pay all wages due upon separation of employment. I'll see. Obsidian denied and generally and specifically each and every allegation, and before rattling off 38 defenses and asking that the complaint be dismissed in its entirety with prejudice. Could be. Listed in Outer Worlds 2, accredited as QA lead. Obsidian doing the Skamozin in one case. To make Pragmatis Diana feel naturally childlike, a small group of women dubbed the Diana Police was set up to keep things in check. One way to do it. I mean, that does sound kind of like not a bad way to do it, at least. Not a bad one. Diana's cuteness was a notable challenge for the devs. In turn, this group he dubbed the Diana Police was set up who would specifically make sure she would convey natural, childlike innocence without coming across as contrived or annoying, affecting voice acting direction and the motion capture performance too. It's easier for women to detect the cunning kind of cuteness in female characters, whereas men would probably go, what's the difference? So I'm pretty sure all of Diana Police members were women. Thought to yourself, I really like how Diana was written. You have a secret group of unnamed women to thank for this, it seems. I mean, that does sound kind of like a proper way to do a lot of things, really, and to do the research. Get people who actually know their shit about it, about the topic, sorta. And do the research that way. Sony say goodbye to PC and hello to AI in their annual business report, which must be a good thing, right? And there it is. They're planning to make use of AI so that they can unleash the creativity of studios and further enhance the PlayStation experience. They explained further that within the studio business, Sony aims to improve productivity through the use of AI-powered tools, allowing development teams to reinvest their time into building richer worlds and gameplay experiences. The use of AI extends to PlayStation users too, saying that they are working to leverage AI to route transactions more efficiently, personalize and recommend content for individual users in the PlayStation Store. And of course, Sony say they aim to push visual fidelity forward and deliver higher quality gameplay experiences through continued investments in AI and machine learning. There it is. Different takes in that one, though. According to the report from earlier this year, part of the pivot away from PC was born out of the concern that the move was hurting PS5 sales and could hurt successor consoles as well. Now they have another report already there. Getting the bad decisions back to back. I mean, as long as they're still making the good money, they probably don't really care too much about the bad decisions, though. CD Projekt Red's CEO still thinks they need to finish their post-Cyberpunk redemption arc, and he's hoping Witcher 4 will help. Convinced that we lost the faith of some people indefinitely. Yeah, I think those people you're probably not gonna really return. They'll be really hard. And most people, I guess, they already did kind of a redemption arc when it was with the DLC for the Cyberpunk. I feel. But yeah, in general, gonna be kind of harder though. It will be kind of harder to get the trust back. Not 100% convinced we went through the full redemption arc. Convinced we lost the fate of some people indefinitely, and that's a fair thing, but I do hope we'll be able to make it back, if not with Witcher 4, and then with whatever comes next. G must be making more games, although we never want to turn into the studio that's going to be launching a big game every year. May happen, but this is not the goal. I have a rough 10-year rolling plan, but the goal is not to flood the games market with CDPR games. Just want to make really cool games, and we don't want to have a ton of IPs either, and not planning to grow in that way. We'll see. We'll see. As EA appeared to renew the trademark for Ultima, its creator lies in wait to reclaim the game's copyright next year. Who knows if this means anything just yet? Then, how does that work, if they already are renewing it? Couple new trademarks for Ultima this week. And following this, it appears series creator Richard Lord British Garriott is trying to get the copyright back. Called up the Ultimate creator knew anything about these trademarks, to which Garriott shared that he's been trying to bring back the series for a while now. Every decade or so I tried to work with EA on a revival of Ultima. They always seem interested enough to start talking, then abandon talks just as quickly. I mean, it's not something they're gonna make them billions, so, you know, why would they make it even? This is gonna be some, like, you know, like Ultima Live Service extraction shooter or something. Then maybe they would be interested. And well, this hasn't worked out for Garrett so far. In 2027, he appears to be planning to get the copyright back. And the US copyright law allows the creator of their heir of a copyrighted work to reclaim it after 35 years have passed. Interesting. EA acquired the rights from Garriott in 1992, and if we do some quick maths, that makes 2027 a whole 35 years later. So I've been waiting, finally the time has come. That's probably some nuance to that, though. Like, otherwise everyone would be just like claiming their shit back all the time. There should be some nuances with that is making it not that simple. I guess it's more kind of if it's like forgotten and abandoned, then someone can just reclaim it back for themselves, but I feel like it's gonna be harder if it's actually like, you know, being held by someone like EA. And Garrett can't just make a game called Ultima because EA will still own the trademark. Ah, I see. For video games, copyright covers things like the source code and audiovisual elements, whereas the trademark is for things like the brand name, specific characters, things like that. Garrett seems to be somewhat prepared, at least, as he said that Lord British's Ultima will regain all the copyrights of my original work. What it will become is the next challenge. Didn't share much more than that. Will apparently be making an appearance at a Dragon Con later this year, and he hopes to have more thoughts together about what will actually mean. Interesting. I guess that kind of makes sense. So, like, trademark he's still not gonna reclaim, and that makes it kind of whatever. A Dragon Con, yeah. A GTA 6 pre-order date and cover art revealed. There it is, 25th of June. So next week we're gonna see some digital stores dying and stuff, I guess. And by the looks of it, there's the dungeon con, yeah. Thor's gonna be dying. And Gibbon already like preparing the plans for the next yacht, like, you know, the quick one. I guess the current one got old way too fast. I'm gonna get a new one just out of the GTA sale. Well, actually, no, it's not on PC yet. Okay, Gibbon still has some time to use his current yacht before he buys a new one. Until it's on PC. Yeah, well, you know, work, dude. Work. Ah, there we go. Happened to Warren Spector and Other Side's System Shock 3. So that was the whole interview with him there. I was going to do a startup because I stupidly like doing startups, and Other Side Entertainment CEO and co-founder Paul Newret came to me and said, I'm doing a startup, and oh, by the way, I have the rights to System Shock. So I can go create a company, deal with benefits and payroll, do all of that not fun startup stuff. Or Paul's already done it and I get to work on System Shock 3, I'm in. So what happened to your System Shock 3? It's a very simple story. I worked on it for a couple of years. I had a team of 17 people. We were making good progress. It was very im-simmy. I had a core mechanic that I loved that I got married to, so to its detriment. We had a publisher, it was Starbreeze. I guess it's okay to say that. They came along and said, we've got into whatever the Swedish equivalent of bankruptcy is, and we're killing all of our external projects. So at that point, 3 years in, it doesn't sound like much of a startup anymore, but it really isn't. And Paul and I looked at the bank account and said, uh-oh. And Tencent came along and said, we want to go big with System Shock. They said they could go big with it in a way that we couldn't. They made an investment, they kept us alive, thanks Tencent, and at this point, if anything's ever going to happen with it, it's Tencent that's going to do it, not us. Let's see, so they just basically kind of like sold the trademark, sold the IP to Tencent to keep the studio alive, I guess. You think whatever work you put into it will exist in an eventual System Shock 3? Exists on my hard drive, other than the trailer which we put out before that all went away. But other than that, I doubt Tencent would use any of it. So now it's up to Tencent what's gonna happen with System Shock. Interesting. And if industry tries to set to up the price or not. Well, I mean, it's more about like if the GTA will be with a higher price or not. I don't think industry gonna try anything. I mean, they could, but I don't think it's gonna work really. Let's put it that way. Okay, GTA is one thing. It's like the hype levels are off the charts there. Someone else will try to pull that off. That's just gonna be a lot of disappointment right there, probably. Because people already, even with current prices, are not super happy with it. Let's put it that way. And with the current prices. Sonic Lead says AAA developers have much to learn from indie studios. The industry vet compares the current games industry economics to the film industry, where smaller creative efforts are still becoming these great successful hits. He's not wrong, he's not wrong. When the work is done and the game out in the wild, it needs to sell huge numbers to make sense. Corporate tends to be greedy. I mean, all power to them. They can. As I said, they can try. Will that work though? That's a different story. And the Sonic Pico Park at Summer Game Fest, an indie title made by developers at Pico Park. The latest example of AAA giants handing their Megaton IP to smaller studios. Following titles like Rogue, Prince of Persia, and Castlevania's Belmont's Curse from Evil Empire. Or Here is a Might and Magic, that is not from Ubisoft. Yeah, no, that's a massive one there. Can't really speak for the other companies and maybe what they're thinking, but you know, from a Sega perspective, we do realize that making our big titles takes a lot of time, a lot of money. It's a huge investment of the staff and the resources that we have, and then once you've invested all that time and energy into something, You really need to sell a lot of units in order to survive in the industry. He contrasts this approach with indie studios, which can come up with ideas very quickly before moving forward and making more stuff, adding that companies like Sega could learn from indie development scene. It's really stimulating working with those indie developers because you get to feel that smaller team energy and that quickness of working to get an idea into an experience. Izuku compared the economics of the games industry to those in the film industry, pointing to the huge sums that companies like Disney are betting on plays that could take many years to pay off. But then you see movies like Backroom, these much smaller creative efforts that are still becoming these great successful hits. I think in movies and stuff, it's still kind of worse example as an industry. I think gaming industry already has a lot of its own local kind of, examples that are way better and way easier to compare because it's from the same industry rather than movies. I do see a parallel in the movie industry to what's kind of happening in the game industry with the amount of investment and the actual entertainment that people are consuming and enjoying. I think not to mention, like, gaming industry started this kind of, like the indie trend and the successful indie trend that actually makes decent, big even, massive money way faster than the movies did. Because in movies you still kind of need to find some platform where your shit gonna be distributed, so going like super fully indie is way harder. It's gonna be like what, YouTube, I guess, or something nowadays. And with games, it's way easier to self-publish something independent and way cheaper. Blizzard sues a private World of Warcraft server for large-scale, egregious, and ongoing infringement of Blizzard's intellectual property. Project Ascension also has caused significant and irreparable harm to Blizzard. Damn, poor Blizzard, man. Suffering. With over 1 million players, private servers, really. Blizzard's lawyers claim Project Ascension has distributed and are continuing to distribute millions of pirated copies of Blizzard's copyrighted World of Warcraft game software, calling it a lucrative way to exploit and profit from the popularity of the World of Warcraft game experience. The defendants have built an entire business on the large-scale, egregious, and ongoing infringement of Blizzard's intellectual property, and lawsuit reads, when unscrupulous actors, such as defendants defined below, seek to profit from Blizzard's valuable intellectual... Okay, it's like just a bunch of corpus speech here. A lost revenue from former World of Warcraft players who have been diverted to Project Ascension in order to avoid paying subscription fees to Blizzard and harm to Blizzard's valuable intellectual property, which is being exploited, modified, and monetized without Blizzard's consent in ways Blizzard disapproves and prohibits. The lawsuit also claims bulletproof servers in Russia are of particular concern given the server company AESA Group was sanctioned last year for its role in supporting cybercriminal activity targeting victims in the US and around the world. Got the bulletproof servers. Well, then they can't really do shit about it, really. Well, actually, like, if the servers are bulletproof, doesn't mean that the people, running the show are bulletproof if they're in another country. Or they need to be in the bulletproof country then, so the lawsuit is not gonna get them. I guess with this kind of money they can be pretty comfy in any country, really, though. Research suggests exercise games like Ring Fit Adventure could treat early stages of depression. There it is, dude. Time to buy some medicine. Commercially available Exer gaming platforms may serve as accessible, engaging tools for early mental health support in real-world settings. There it is. China's Jilin Association of Higher Education. Help treat what it termed subthreshold depression. When people experience the symptoms of depression but aren't at the point where they can be classified as suffering from major depressive disorder. That sounds like a lot of people, not gonna lie. 84 adults, all of whom were experiencing subthreshold depression, who were randomly split in 2 groups. Half was tasked with playing Ring Fit Adventure 2 to 3 times per week for between 50 to 60 minutes at a time. The other 42 subjects went about their business as usual. And the researchers say that the group who played Exer games experienced significantly greater reductions in depressive symptoms at all time points, in addition to significant improvements to their anxiety levels and quality of sleep. Hey, potato. Just shortened to exercise help depression? I mean, yeah, basically. Well, I mean, maybe they found something else that helps there. The Nintendo Switch-based Exer gaming intervention was associated with improvements in depressive symptoms, anxiety, and sleep quality in adults with subthreshold depression. Using mixed methods design, this study provides evidence integrating effectiveness and participant experience, extending prior research focused on other populations of quantitative outcomes. Well, I mean, yeah, like it's not that far from like just exercising, basically. That's it. Distribute free Switch 2 and sports games. True. Yeah, exercise does help with that, that's for sure. Yeah, you should at least then focus on, like, you know, what the gamification of exercise does. I mean, maybe it makes it more like easy and accessible though, but I don't know. Could be. Well, I guess kind of also makes sense that you can just do it at home with your with just your gaming device without the need to get anything else. And maybe it's a little more easy and fun for the people to get into compared to like the regular exercising. But yeah, overall can just go with the regular exercise with the same effect, pretty sure. Maybe even better if it's gonna be like, you know, on some fresh air or including some walking or something to the place where you exercise. President of Germany to open Gamescom Congress and attend Gamescom 2026. Damn son. Frank-Walter Steinmeier is the first German head of state to visit the event, underlining significance of gaming to the German economy. There it is. One and only. Time to see which kind of games he's gonna try there then, I guess. Considering the amount of money they're actually dedicating now for the different indie games, I mean, does seem kind of like a pretty important part of the economy indeed, eh? I pretty think. UK Employment Tribunal denies Rockstar's request to have blacklisting claims removed from upcoming trial. Trial date has been set for September 10th, with proceedings ending on October 15th. There it is. Allegations of blacklisting removed. Then companies keep a record of union members, activists, or health and safety reps in order to use this status against them in recruitment and management decisions. Monka is like the whole log of things. And the trial is coming. We'll see. Newzoo, global games market made over $200 billion in 2025. That's a 9.1% increase year on year. 56% of revenue came from mobile. And the Microsoft CEO says we're subsidizing the entertainment, man, and not making fucking money. We need to monetize better. Like, fuck you, leather man. You get the shitload and it keeps increasing also. Well, in the same time, you also keep decreasing the expenses with all the layoffs and other shit. PC and console took 22% of the pie. Former was behind $43.6 billion in spending, 12% increase year on year, and delivered its strongest annual growth rate so far in Newzoo's data. There it is. PC game microtransactions rose 9.1 year-on-year, making up 47% of revenue. Oof. Counter-Strike 2's Rebound and Roblox. Hey, quote me? Yep, I mean, true. That is kinda true. Console was behind the revenue. Well, behind 44.7, 2.8 increase, so still increasing there too. A weaker than expected performance from Nintendo ecosystem. China was the largest market for video games in the world. The country generated $54.6 billion in consumer spending. Second place went to US, responsible for $50.8 billion. Over half of global game spending in 2025 came from these two countries. Damn son. Asia Pacific rose 9.9% year-on-year. Europe saw a 10.7% increase. Insane. How much is the actual profit? That's a different question though. PlayStation changed first-party single-player PC strategy due to lack of revenue. Yeah, the Schreier, alright. Told staff in a town hall that it had changed its strategy for PlayStation titles on PC for a few reasons. I guess they're not going to lay this out publicly, but there is no ambiguity in their strategy. During a town hall a few weeks ago, Herman Hulst told staff that their single-player narrative games will be PlayStation only, and he explained that they were inconsistent with their PC releases, they didn't make enough money, and they want to keep their IP aligned to their own platform. There it is. So yeah, looks like not exactly their fear of the PlayStation sales or something. It's all pure money. If they'll be making massive buckaroos from multi-platforming, then they wouldn't really care if it like sells, you know, your own consoles less. As long as you're making the crazy numbers, you're good. But they didn't farm that much. You could kind of see that also, I guess. The PC sales, that they're not pumping that hard. Former head of Sony Interactive believes gaming's future is indie. Shuhei Yoshida, one and only. Because of that amount of games being produced, it becomes even harder to get the games noticed. Future indie projects can stand out amid the rising number of titles. Yoshida stated that it's much easier for indie developers to find success once they created a game that connects with an audience. It makes it easier to have a future community of testers. When your games are successful, they will feel that they are part of the success, so they will become even more passionate about supporting you. And it's very, very important to have a strong sense of community support. See, where is Ultan? Need to start getting that Discord and everything, and get that community to support him. Yeah, Rev, I mean, it's probably like in general, yeah, like the amount they earn minus whatever they spend on the porting and stuff probably is not something they want to deal with whatsoever, I assume. 90 to 200 euro based on which version you choose. Well, I mean, 90 sounds kind of, I guess, possible. So, like, they're not gonna go with like 80 is sort of standard nowadays and just still up it a little bit, just a notch, not two. And different versions also kind of, I guess, make sense. And they're gonna like probably include some like GTA Online stuff in those too, and a lot of people probably already gonna be interested in that shit. 100 can see, but more than that, I mean, there's like there's plenty of games already that go above 100 when you speak, you know, like deluxe editions and stuff. Like getting shit for 130, like that's already nothing new, dude. Plenty of shit already was being sold for 130. 200 might be like, well, I doubt it's the collector's edition though. I doubt it. The collector's probably gonna, if they will, I mean, they probably will, right? Have some, if they will have some, the collector's gonna be probably expensive as shit. True, so true. That is true. But yeah, I guess the usual, you know, the deluxe editions, but instead of stopping it around like not 130 but 150 or something, they're gonna go even higher. And if like the online thing's already in on release, then I guess it's just gonna have like some, you know, like we give you like some currency, some skins for online, that kind of shit, you know. Kind of true, yeah, that is also true. If it's like the actual retailers with physical editions, then yeah, in some regions it might be like way more expensive for sure. Not to mention that some retailers maybe will want to kind of like farm on their own, you know, and like overprice that shit, like, you know, hoping the people who are kind of clueless to pay more. Could be that. Could be that. That's easy, okay, say. Dragon's Dogma 2 Deluxe Edition and additional content set to be delisted this month. There it is. The end of sales announcement. So they're finally gonna remove all this fucking microtransaction dog shit from there. Insane. A boon for adventures, a new journey pack, harpy lure item, thoughtful gift, change pawn inclinations, escape from jail. Dude, really? They were selling that shit even? What the fuck? Character editor, warp location marker, restore the dead to life, points to spend beyond the rift. Bro, they actually like that's like super funny even. Like selling the fucking key to escape from the jail, like bro. Like I can kind of see somewhat, you know, like the warp location and stuff. It's also kind of idiotic, but like I can see, I guess, that. But like the fucking escape from jail shit, like holy. First details on The Witcher multiplayer game reportedly revealed. Let's see what was revealed there. The codename series. Brand new game set in Witcher universe as a free-to-play co-op action RPG currently in development. But not only this, but this unannounced project currently targets only PC and mobile devices with no mention of console platforms. Ooh, mobile devices though. Oof. That sounds like pain. Gwen's still alive? I think they keep keeping it like up, but it's not getting any new content and shit if I remember correct for a while already. Probably. Like the prequel, Geralt was still a young Witcher. Put you in the boots of your very own customizable Witcher, featuring standard options that expect from multiplayer experience like gender appearance customization. Gameplay-wise, that will take you on contracts to kill monsters across several environments players have come to expect from the series, such as dark forests, vibrant villages, and haunted ruins. Skill-based system drives the combat mechanics, letting you choose abilities from different Witcher schools, shaping your moveset by mastering signs and brewing potions. Combat is sent to reward players' skill with well-timed blocks, dodges, parries, and executions. Mobile and PC, that sounds kinda bonka. The monetization probably will be quite something. Blood of Dawnwalker will be similar to classic Fallout games. Okay, and how in the fuck, dude? Sure, alright. Dude, I like how you just like skip a whole bunch of shit and there's gonna be like, thank you for the highlights at least. Like this is all you need basically from the whole article there. Blood Dawnwalker will be primarily a narrative sandbox, similar to the classic Fallout games. Our goal is for the player to be able to decide which path they want to take to reach the end of the game. I mean, I guess, kinda. Kinda. Not sure if it's like that good of a comparison, especially with classic ones. Like, sure, you can choose the path, but it's not like, you know, the exclusive path that you choose. It's more kind of like you still can do everything really, and then just like move. Especially since in classics you still kind of, for example, like in the second one, you have like, you know, pretty much like the main path to get to the finale, and like there's nothing else really. There is just like one way through the fucking tanker. That's it. And then the first one pretty much also the same. Like I wouldn't say they are like that crazy different in case of the paths you're reaching the end with. Like if anything, I think Bethesda has this a little kinda better, because mainly because the main quest is so dog shit that you can actually get to that part in many ways though, I guess. A buy now, pay later option appears on Xbox backend. Damn son, time to loan some games. The future is here. Spread their payments across weeks or months, bringing more flexible payment options. Pay in 4 interest-free bi-weekly payments or spread payments over up to 24 months. There it is. That's how the preparing for GTA release, dude. Let's go. Yeah, the GTA mortgage there. Well, in general, with this, like, the September is gonna be time to, you know, to get the loan, basically. Smart, but also kind of like, you know, kind of makes you a bit aware of, you know, the state of the industry, dude, and the prices and the economy in general. It's also kind of extra funny when you like get something like this, I guess, with the pay over time, right? And then you just kind of get fucking disappointed super fast, you know. It's like my brother like got himself some like Apple Watch or some shit with like this kind of like the split payment, you know, over like a year or something, or 2 years. And like literally like 2 weeks after or something, he fucking scratched the screen somehow at work or something. And now he's like giga molten because, you know, he didn't even pay for it fully yet. He still needs to pay, and it's already kind of fucked now. And I mean, it's also like, you know, Apple in more than a year. So like you want to, like, you can't just replace the glass or something. Like it goes the whole fucking matrix, everything replaced pretty much. The usual. Not obviously everything, but like most of it. If you want to just replace the fucking glass. I don't know why he didn't put any protective thing. But there it is, dude. Great to fuck with people who are bad with money even more. True. And kids getting the loans on the parents' bank. Well, I mean, it's probably gonna have some parental control and stuff, but still, gonna be also more people in more loans. God of War Lo-Fi could release as soon as early 2027 is claimed. Well, as usual, one line you need out of all this. Last I heard, the target was the first half 2027. Could change, but that was a hope at one point. There's another one insider leaker kind of guide, so grain of salt. Not sure, Sock, not sure. Double Fine addresses shutdown situation with simple message. Okay, well, we've seen the simple message, I guess. There it is. Address the situation. And one should post in Twitter equals article. Yeah, the Pog article right there, insane. Insane. Moon Games CEO says Xbox leadership was too focused on the past. And how so? Responding on social media. Yes, so we just scroll to the tweet then, I guess, or something, right? No, I'm not gonna show that. Oh, the link he posted next. I guess can't embed that one. Explain how the heartbreaking changes could be good for games and gamers, as Xbox has struggled for a long time to identify, empower, and protect the key creative people and teams who could have kept the brand at the top. Claims that during the development of Ori and Blind Forest and the sequel Will of the Wisps, it was clear that the main focus was still Halo, Gears, and Forza. So he's kind of salty that they didn't really... I mean, I can kind of see that sometimes. We all have that. It's like the Schadenfreude, right? Whatever. I guess we're all kind of prone to feel something like that, sorta, and also being salty. Like I saw, for example, like all those like the lawsuit about Obsidian, like news being retweeted by Chris Avalon. First, when I saw it, I'm like, see, he's still mad then, I guess, and he's also like constantly reposting a lot of bad stuff about Microsoft too. Yeah, looks like this guy is also kind of salty, that like Ori was kind of big for them, and they instead were just like pumping fucking Halo Gears and all that shit. I mean, understandable, I guess, happens to the best of us. Muller hoped Microsoft would turn Ori into their Mickey Mouse or Mario-esque mascot, claiming he emailed Phil Spencer plenty of times that Xbox should have their eyes on delivering magical experiences for kids and families as well, like Disney and Nintendo always have. However, he says the powers to be were probably too focused on the past for that to happen. I mean, they didn't do shit with Halo and Gears for a long time, so I don't think they were that focused on the past. Like, okay, Forza was still kind of like going around for a while, right? Everything else was literally fucking dead. So I don't think they were like that in the past. They probably just didn't want to follow through with your ideas to make like some, you know, family stuff and get the Ori as their mascot. That's probably it, to be honest. Now I can see that they're turning back actually to the past. And if anything, I think nowadays that's for AAA companies, that's probably the best way, and that's why everyone pretty much tries to do it. Like they all turn into the past and start, you know, remastering, remaking, and if done well, that like it's basically just like safe bet. You spend less because, you know, the main work is basically like, well, depends if it's like remaster, remake, right? But you, no matter what, you spend less because you don't need to prototype, you don't need to like test the gameplay and stuff much, right? Unless it's like a really deep remake and shit, right? But it's still less work though. Like you already have the foundation, you just need to kind of like make it work on the modern PCs and maybe like add and rework some of the things. It's still better than like making something from the ground up completely with concepts and stuff, right? So it's way less investment, way less time, and the profits are pretty much like, dude, they selling all those games like pretty much the full price of the new game anyway, so they're making some mad bucks there. True, call me true. And just be, yeah, Rev, I agree with that. I agree with that, dude. Like you already have them stonkas and stuff. Yeah, you just kind of like throw that money and just make it like watch it work. If it doesn't, well, unlucky. But if it does, you're gonna get a bunch probably. You're gonna get a bunch potentially. Trying to get it all. Well, I mean, as like some rumors said, I guess, is also like, you know, they were obtaining all those studios and stuff just to prevent them from working with their competitors, basically. So that's, I guess, part of the reason why they try to maintain that infrastructure, because if they not gonna, then someone else will, you know, and they're gonna lock it in their platform. So I feel like that's a bit of a problem. But yeah, now I agree with that too. Yeah, now trying to make people buy more boxes is already gonna be harder and harder now with these prices. Like back in the day, I could just like on the whim. Well, I mean, my financial situation was better. World financial situation was better, right? So I could just like on the whim, just man, I want to play Bayonetta 2. It's in fucking VU. Well, calling my friend like, yo, how about 50-50? And we both love Bayonetta. We both play Bayonetta. Let's do it. And we just like, you know, forked out the money and bought that fucking plastic box just to play fucking Bayonetta, and then never use it ever again. It's just like still gathering dust in my friend's place somewhere. I don't know if it like where it is actually whatsoever. Or like, you know, like, oh shit, Bloodborne. I want to play Bloodborne. Well, alright, it's gonna be my first console I buy, and I bought fucking PlayStation. Now, like forking out that much money just because I want to play something there? No, bro. Nope. Nope. Like, you will need to convince me, and it will be like, you know, you're gonna be starting the convincing with like the negative points already. To get up in like plus 100, you will start at like minus 200 at the moment for me. And I don't see it becoming any better, really. I don't see that. I don't see that. Like, ironically, I also got like so like disconnected now with like the From games by skipping like, you know, Sekiro and Elden Ring, that like even if they're gonna like drop fucking Bloodborne 2 or something, I probably will be just kind of like, well, you know what, whatever, I don't give a fuck. One day. And before, I guess I was also kind of like trying to play all those games ASAP because I was like, you know, like terminally online in LS community, right, as a moderator and stuff. So like I wanted all those games to deal with them on release as fast as possible, so I can enjoy his streams again because he's gonna play them, right? Now that I don't really watch Twitch whatsoever, and then I don't give a shit, I'm just gonna play it at some other time. Like I managed basically to kind of like barely see any Elden Ring except like a few moments when I was like raiding into, I guess, and that's it. 600 euro PC. At this point, you have everything you need. Well, I mean, yeah, if I could just like fork the money, like, you know, if I would be again in this, like, it basically, back in the day, I could just, you know, kind of buy it on a whim, whilst like kind of not earning super much. But I guess the financial situation was way better, so even while not being like some sort of like, you know, super rich guy or something, I still can just like could just like afford that. Now the financial situation, my personal worse, global worse, and the price is higher, right? And this is already amount that I would be able probably to afford to fork out if I would have like a lot of like, you know, just like spare income or something. And then Genelo, how we doing? Like a lot of the income to spare, and something that would make you really interested in getting the shit. And that will be not a lot of games really that would make that and that happen. Nowadays, in general, like with all this amount of new releases and stuff, it's actually kind of easy to, like, on one hand it's kind of sad because it did feel better when you were like getting excited about new shit a lot, right? Like, oh shit, this is gonna release, oh man, I want it so much. It happens way rarely nowadays. But on the positive side, you just kind of don't really care. Like, you actually kind of like save money that way more. Like, you're not like super pogging about shit, so I'm skipping on the buying new fucking plastic boxes for insane amount of money. I am skipping on spending on games pretty much also. So I'm just kind of like rolling with whatever I have, with whatever I managed to get for free as the review keys, and whatever I can buy on sale. Way easier. And beat out the consoles buck for buck, yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of still somewhat possible, kinda, but nah, not really, probably. Maybe if you get some pre-built on sales or something, maybe. Bungie is said to lose roughly 400 staff in summer layoffs, it is claimed. Another one comes from French journalists who shared in a recent tweet that Bungie should expect massive layoffs this summer. Went on to elaborate that based on what he's hearing, at least 50% of Bungie staff could be affected. Well, I mean, that would be not surprising, though. Marathon players accuse Bungie of killing the game with Season 2 update. Damn, son. For the second time. Nerf XP and loot drops. Where's Marathon Expert? Third Mask should debunk that. Debunk that statement. Hate to say this again, the rich get richer and they keep aimlessly nerfing loot and XP over and over again. Don't get me wrong, I'm cradle level 60, but like it's gonna be harder for people that are behind to catch up with these changes. Just my opinion. And keep nerfing XP, I'll just stop playing the game. Let's see. See, like should I say, them no booze on board, not even some beer. I respect that though, I respect that. Future control titles depend on if a resident does well. Well, not exactly super surprising, I guess. And looking towards long-term control franchise. As always the plan, let's hope that we do well so we can do even more stories in the control universe. That it is. We're gonna bomb sadly, you think so? I'm not sure. I do kind of, in the recent showings, I did kind of like lose a little bit of interest because like it does seem like they overdid it with all the surreal shit there, I guess. Like the OG I like because it's still kind of grounded. You still at least had like, you know, the kind of uncommon things in common world, you know. You still have something that keeps you like sort of like more like connected with the things going on, but in the same time there was all the crazy shit still going in those contained environments. And now we have like the whole world fucking go completely full PPG mode. Anomalies inside anomalies, and the world is one anomaly too. And that kind of, I don't know, like resonate with me. The control resonates with me a bit less, feels like, but we'll see, I guess. At least the gameplay seems like it's gonna be kind of more my jam, because the original control gameplay I didn't really like. It was okay, but like, yeah, I didn't really like all those segments of shooting and stuff. And GTA 6 is already driving console sales months before launch. Said who? Between March and June 2026, 46% of comments made on the platform referencing GTA 6 were from users actively buying a console. I mean, it could be that people preparing, but I think like the main reason why people doing it now exactly is because people know that the price is only gonna go fucking up. So that's why people try to buy the consoles now while the prices are still kind of not higher. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why you bought it. Save the Rockstar but kill the industry. I don't think it will kill the industry, but it's totally not gonna save it though. Like, I don't know what kind of copium people are huffing, that if they think that, you know, like GTA will sell with like 90 or like 100 price tag, that all the games will be able to increase the prices. Like, it doesn't work like that, dude. Like, it is all on case-to-case basis. Like, it should be something very, very POG to justify the price. And maybe not even everyone will justify that. Like, I, for example, like, not gonna buy that shit, like, for that price. Never. Nope. But yeah, it's not gonna actually kind of affect the industry in any way, honestly. Control Dead still enjoying the nice epic purse. I think they're done already though, enjoying that, I think. People seeing the GTA. I mean, same as like Red Dead Redemption and everything. It's just like a lot of detail, a lot of activities. Mossy world, great, you know, like tech, graphics, you know, all that stuff. Stories, I mean, not really. Wouldn't say it's that crazy in terms of like the stories, but it's just fun to play. It's just a massive sandbox where you do shit. Kind of say like take like Crimson Desert or something, right? Like the story, kind of whatever, right? But it's a massive world where you can do like whatever you want, sort of. And GTA is kind of the same, except it's like, you know, like not the fantasy but the real world. And you can just like do a bunch of like. We had back in the day, we had like those moments when we were gathering with friends, like to drink some beer and everything, and we just had in the background, like, you know, like the consoles hooked up to the TV. And when we had like nothing better to do, we sometimes just like, you know, just were passing the gamepad, and everyone was just like trying to like, you know, to Sudoku sort of in the most ridiculous way. Like find some place where you can just like ram the car into some like, you know, like some wall, and you just like fly out of the front window and doing some insane flips and everything, and where you're gonna land, you know, this kind of dumb shit. And that was like hours of that, over like a few years probably, that was hours of that PPG activity. In the massive sandbox, well, I mean, and people like, especially nowadays with these prices, people just gonna buy, and they're gonna just like get insane money's worth out of that. Kind of like with Red Dead also, you just buy the game, kind of with Crimson Desert. You buy the game, yeah, full price, expensive and shit, but you're gonna dump there insane amount of time. And for some people that is big, that's a big deal. For parents, I'm pretty sure it's also kind of like, you know, a blessing sort of, because they're gonna just buy one game and forget about, you know, their kids asking for anything else for a while, or just like, you know, refuse anything, like go play that, you haven't finished that shit, dude. Nowadays, yeah, I am kind of like, as I mentioned, with all this like amount of like crazy, like, you know, like crazy rain of games all the time, unstoppable almost. Like I'm just, yeah, I prefer something other way around, something compact that I can finish fast and move on to something else. I do like that more. Massive open worlds already are not my jam. I would love, for example, Crimson Desert, I'm pretty sure. But I also know that if I start, I will probably just like dump hundreds of hours in there. And that will make me, you know, miss a bunch of other games that I could play. And that is not that good. Even though eventually it would be kinda nice. "3D Realms, a co-founder, believes layoffs have begun at ZeniMax Studios." How's the 3D Realms co-founder even connected to that? "Getting word that layoffs at ZeniMax has begun. Heard rumblings recently that the cuts may be much deeper than you expect." No extra info on that yet. Well, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out how these layoffs will go there. So kind of like trying to increase the output of Bethesda, but at the same time, you know, laying off. Even though it's the ZeniMax, so it might be like actually Bethesda will be fine, and they're just gonna like lay off a bunch of other studios there. Like id probably might be suffering after the Doom's performance, I guess. Even lower quality due to rush in their games, yeah. But at the same time, maybe it's not gonna change the output really. Like, that's the thing. Like I do think that like what, you know, the problem was with the Xbox getting to this situation with Phil and everything was that they just had a lot of like, you know, the bigger COVID money, and they thought that, you know, if we throw all that endless money on all those like great studios, they will get something even greater out. But what it ends up doing is that, you know, everything just gets delayed, everything gets stretched, and everyone is like, you know, like basically getting paid doing nothing. Or they try to do something too perfect in a way and end up just like losing all the, you know, all the basically the landmark moments, all of the all the reports, all the time frames, all the deadlines, and then they just kind of like, well, shit, now we're kind of gonna release what we have, because otherwise we're gonna lose too much money, and then whatever they release fails and they lose money anyway. And I feel like, you know, like having some limitations maybe actually would kind of work good for some of the studios, as in, like, you know, trying again like good old times to make do with less people, with less money, moving faster, you know, having better communication inside the studio, more agile. Maybe it will actually be not that bad. At least I think it might be not worse. Probably it's not going to be better, but maybe it's not going to be worse than what they had already. Maybe. We'll see though. Pocket Fair won't use AI in games, that says Pal World exec. There it is. The gamers don't want it, I guess that's it, right? Not much of a conversation to be had. True. Even I, who is in the industry, I just felt like a natural why. Rest of your game looks fine, did you need to? I think that's going to be the attitude for quite a while. I think people will look at it and say, did you need to do that? Couldn't you just do it yourself? And not false, not false. Could be some, it could be, 11-bit Studios lays off 20 employees in company reorganization. Damn, even 11-bit. Even 11-bit with restructuring. Intend to diversify both the scale of our projects and their development timelines. This also means capitalizing on near-term financially attractive opportunities. This underlies our decision to initiate production of the next project. Right, that we kind of know though, but what is about the layoffs there? According to sources close to the company's plans. Okay, I see. That kinda. Persona 6 might not be years off like players are expecting. Officially rated already. Already rated in Australia. Of violence, nudity, and coarse language. Very simply, games get rated when they're closer to release, and some theories that we might be waiting until 2028. Source claims Persona 6 could be scheduled for 2027, and this rating is starting to make that prediction look far more achievable and realistic. Not false, not false. Si ça me say. February. Just wait for February. Maybe not that soon. Maybe not that soon. February is usually really loaded for whatever reason. MSI has a new handheld that costs almost $2,000 and you thought consoles were expensive. There you go. The fuck did you buy, Sock? Look at this. Should get this instead. The Claw 8 EX AI Plus. Bro, why the fuck do you need AI in the name, dude? The buzzword galore. Buzzword galore. $1,800 there. Arc G3 Extreme APU, 32 gigs of memory. Comes from AMD? Oh, could be. Could be. And the best APU. 1800 though, holy shit, the handhelds, huh? C'est ça que c'est, hein? The aesthetics. Sega almost ended Sony games 10 years ago, huh? It was done with Sonic. Know what, we don't need you to make any more Sonic games, we're good and we're done with Sonic. What, they changed their mind though? He doesn't head to America and work towards raising Sonic back up. Sonic is going to end and we're just going to be done with it. Insane. Save the Sonic. Final Fantasy XIV director. The industry is at exciting times. One of the most exciting times for the industry. Can you like decide already? Is it fucked? Is it exciting? Or is it exciting to be fucked? You know, I don't know. Yoshi P expressed that he still has many goals to pursue. Ongoing evolution of Final Fantasy XIV is an important part of the future. He has no intention of retiring anytime soon. Oh, there we go. The director stated that many game ideas are hidden within project proposals and that they are eager to see the concepts come to life. One such idea he mentioned was game design that combines AI and servers. And time to get some insane AI advancements in Final Fantasy. Soaring development costs, accelerating technological advancements, decreasing consumer disposable time, rapid market changes. These reasons are precisely why I feel like it's one of the most exciting times for the industry. Yeah, I guess it's kind of exciting when you sit at the top there and no one really gonna like throw you without like paying you some massive golden parachute and stuff, right? I guess. And then you feel kind of exciting and safe. You get fucking laid off out of nowhere. That is probably way less exciting. Si savait say, huh? Sounds about right, hello. Sounds like a good article there. Prologue Go Way Back is now free for everyone. Yeah, so they fucking failed to sell that shit, looks like. Alright, tough spot and everything, yeah. Not 20 bucks anymore. A release last update. Update downs new features. 2 new items. Changes, and now it's gonna be free. A Ubisoft co-founder killed in France plane crash. Monka is the Claude Guillemot. Flying a Cessna 421 tourist plane crashed in Le Bourg of France. RIP. Circumstances of the crash aren't clear, but 2 fatalities were confirmed, one being a Guillemot and another being a flight instructor. Per reports, identification was delayed due to the nature of the crash, with the plane being ablaze when emergency services reached the crash site. Monka is... It's all the, you know, stop killing games activists, man. That was all them. Shaken. They stooped that low. Yeah, Mecha Chameleon surpasses 5 million sales. Dude, this shit is going crazy. The meme's too strong. You think memes are low? Missed bone, yep, there it is. Mistbound is a new Guild Wars CCG by ArenaNet, NCSoft and Bilibili. Looks like shit, really. Did they have some on the announcement trailer? Wait, is it the Steam page actually for that shit? Yeah, apparently. Oh, that was the rumor. Okay, Steam DB and shit or whatever. Then it's not it, I guess. Game players. This looks kinda, you know, a little sus there, that art. Then why did Runeterra fucking die pretty much? Ugh. That's such a good card game. Night Dank meme's nice. Oh, so it was all the cosmetical stuff, okay. I think how it looked, that looked a little kind of original. This kind of looks a bit less. I guess there's like the positioning in play and shit. Some position in galore. Well, this kind of doesn't look like that bad. I'm not sure how much longevity it has and stuff, and how pay to win it's gonna get. Probably quite. But man, Runeterra was fucking peak, dude. Runeterra was peak. Extraction MMO, a Warborn Above Ashes kills all future development servers to stay online. And extraction went well. Despite every effort to push forward, we were ultimately unable to turn things around, and after long and careful consideration, we regret to announce that Warborn Above Ashes will cease all further content updates. It's over. Project Zeta is Krafton's new multiplayer team-based tactical arena where players fight over Prism. Damn, that's the combination of the genres that always makes a bank recently. But Krafton also went full, like the full AI publisher mode, fully AI focused, so maybe they just kind of generated this shit real quick. And even if it flops, which kind of, you know, high probability, they're not gonna be super sad about it, maybe. In the middle of its Steam beta, Survival Sandbox Outward 2 delays planned July 7th launch to next year. I guess playtesting didn't go that well. Hard to gauge what the appropriate degree of stability is for early access. The best we can do is take a hard, honest look at the game and at our team and ask in a few weeks, will this be good enough to charge money for? Our aim is to have such a stark jump between this playtest and the early access launch that we earn the trust of our players. I guess the playtest was dead, dog shit. You were there for the first Outward, and that's why we were successful. Want you to be happy to be there again for Outward 2. Nice playtest, I guess, eh? Chinese sci fantasy MMORPG Nova Era Atom kicks off a free demo for Steam Next Fest. Why? Nova Era item. Fuck. No, it redirected to the main game anyway, so can't see the reviews or something. Sci-fi MMORPG game blending Chinese mythology, where you can do it yourself, your own custom spaceship, and explore the endless mysteries of the cosmos. Fucking dragons. A decent MMO, somehow. Yeah, I wish the demo had the reviews and to check. Might be alright, but... EverQuest Legends has begun at $20 pre-orders for its July 28 launch, new trailer ahoy, and $10 sub also. So, like, I don't know, if I will manage to get my hands on it, I could check it just, you know, for the educational reasons, you know, to check some legendary MMOs. But for 20 buckaroos and the sub with that, all yours, all yours. Do you have the time in July? I mean, most likely in July there will be some. I mean, there's some MMOs coming that I probably will be playing. So, we'll find it, we'll find it. The Gamigo's Gloria Victis reboot is officially live today, 3 years after the OG's demise. How's that one going? Wasn't that bug before? I think. No, full mixed. Recent also mixed. There was some issues with the servers, I think, though. And did they fix that shit? Alright, all good. From level 1 to 60 is the same exact quest over and over and over again. Killed some amount of bandits, wolves, burned tents. Well, I mean, bro, welcome to the grindy MMOs. Can't connect, alright. Spent entire experience waiting to join a server that wasn't full. I see. Monetization there. Store selling XP boosts. I see. Classic. Well, I mean, some studio basically bought it and relaunched the game that was already kind of closed because it was kind of failed. So if someone buys that and relaunches that, you can expect that they're gonna try to, you know, to milk it, One or 2 weeks of day offs in summer? No, that was a long time ago. That I usually don't. I mean, you never know, maybe, but don't really have plans for that much. Don't think so. Haven't had that in forever already. Well, since 2023, I guess. But then it took longer because I was preparing the move, so I guess in 2022 was the last time I had some vacation. Krafton is testing an AI-powered ally for a PUBG and making esports deals for PUBG Mobile. Illa, damn. Companion character built on PUBG Ally, Krafton's AI technology. PUBG Ally is the new type of CPC co-playable character designed to play alongside human players. Powered by on-device small language model built on NVIDIA ACE, it is designed to understand players' voice commands and in-game situations to respond proactively. There it is, dude. The Salopa goes everywhere. I'm gonna be testing it. Partnering with esports and entertainment brand G2 in order to expand the esports scene of PUBG Mobile, with particular focus on Germany and Western Europe. Partnership will leverage G2's award-winning media house specializing in white-label content production, creator campaigns, media buying, and event management. The Corpus Peak for setting up tournaments. I mean, sounded kind of more like, you know, preparing some creator marketing there. Load these in. Eldor is a new indie MMORPG inspired by Ultima Online's 1998 The Second Age expansion. There you go, more insane solo MMO devs, huh? I wonder how that will go. Okay, that did not load. I assume it's not on Steam though. If you want to test it, hit the dev up on Reddit. Alright, let's see. That is awfully niche, yeah. Well, I mean, for one dev, I guess it's not that bad. Second Age expansion was the first Ultima Online expansion and arguably the first MMORPG expansion period, setting the stage for what MMORPG players could expect going forward. Whole new continent to the game and some seriously difficult content at the time. Originally hard to access, though recalling and gating was added eventually. Not a rogue server, in fact it's not even isometric. In the world PvP, no classes, full loot, skill-based progression, player-driven economy, housing, crafting, and criminal murder system. Ready for playtest soon. Test dedicated server, persistence, and AOI system soon. PvP will be tempered by save zones and a criminal system that sounds more penalizing than Ultima Online ever was. The dankness, dude. The dankness time. Where's Slavic? OG Arcade is coming back as Arcade returns, but not for you. How so? Ah, okay, so only Chinese player base is getting the reboot, I guess. Sale Games and Changtian Interactive Entertainment PC sign-ups open this week. This week it will use the OG Chinese map and basically all of the gameplay, but enhanced with new graphics and fixes for unresolved issues in game design and server load. See, Rev, I say. Yeah, it was quite something. It was looking good and it was running really good. And they actually can know in Korea how to make the MMOs that actually look and run good still. There is still a lot of really good looking and well running ones. With a shitload of players also at the same time. That is very impressive. The Arcade I played on the beta test a little. I was indeed quite some time ago already. I was quite some time ago, but I kind of didn't get into it though. I think it was kind of already sort of end of my, the MMO enjoyer life. I was playing way less MMO. Well, I'm actually maybe not even playing any at that moment. Reducing the amount, sorta. EVO Online Studio has punished 2 partnered influencers over a Pride controversy. Oh damn, Pipirgus time. The Pipirgus time. It was punishing Mokin and banning players for using Pride flag emojis in Twitch Discord chat and wishing fellow gamers a happy Pride month. Damn. Studio will be taking up the issue. Influencer was in fact a partnered and promoted streamer, effectively representing the company and therefore in violation of the studio's rules. Con creator in question been removed from Eve Partner program. Apparently there is a path for him to return in the future that turns out to be 3 months, so they come and say. Review found that he exacerbated a situation that was already spiraling and his response fell short of the expectations we have for Eve Partners. Second influencer was attached to Eve Guru team, also apparently published a slur-filled video in support of the other guy without the consent of his teammates. He's been removed from the partner team and won't be back ever, though the rest of the Eve Guru group was exonerated. There's no room for that here. That's a W. Get him out. Alright, let me see what else you guys posted there. And didn't I get everything? I did. Alrighty. Looks like I did them. Looks like I did them. Okay, so whoop, here we go. That is going to be it then. Let's read Mr. Sabaton. Good, Hughes. There we go. Alright, so I will be back tomorrow. 9 AM CEST. We just gonna play Next Fest demos. Last day of kind of official Next Fest. Maybe some leftovers and stuff for like Tuesday. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, gonna be doing more demos and next week already returning to my playthroughs. And New Vegas still awaits. Well, already like final bits really. We have Mechanicus and we also have Gothic, obviously. So good stuff, still good stuff awaits when the demos are done. So yeah, we're gonna get there and maybe get some new stuff also after demos are done. So yeah, should be good. Not sure about the day offs next week. For now, not sure about the plans. Potentially like Wednesday, Thursday. Potentially, most likely gonna keep the next weekend kind of like free or like late streams and and day offs hopefully. So if anything, only like Wednesday, Thursday, maybe. We'll see. I'm gonna update on that. But yeah, for now I'm out. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, subs, resubs, followers, donors. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. See you all tomorrow, 9 AM CEST. Love you all. Bye bye.